Okay, now let's get started. We'll start the event. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the fourth KAIST e-Symposium. My name is Jinwan Kim, serving as the general chair for this event. It's great to see you all, and thank you for your participation. This e-Symposium began in 2020, in the middle of pandemic. Since physical in-person meetings were not allowed at that time, the event was established in an online format to facilitate international academic exchange, even under such challenging circumstances. But this online event has been very successful, and we have continued this tradition going. Now it's our fourth symposium. Each year, our e-Symposium focuses on different theme. This year's theme is Robotics and Vehicle Intelligence. And we are honored to host 12 speakers who will deliver insightful presentation and share their groundbreaking ideas and perspectives. I'm particularly excited about the participation of many world-renowned scholars and experts in the field of robotics and intelligent vehicles. I'm confident that their contributions will make this event fruitful and inspiring, particularly for our students and young scholars. The symposium will spend 2 full days, today and tomorrow. I'm pretty sure that the event is going to be enjoyable and motivating for all of you. Now, without further ado, I'd like to introduce Professor Jung Kim, the head of the Department of Mechanical Engineering at KAIST, who has been hosting this e-Symposium and made this event possible. I now hand over the spotlight to Professor Kim.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So my name is Jung Kim. I'm a department head of mechanical engineering of KAIST. So on the behalf of the faculties and students and staff of Department of Mechanical Engineering of KAIST, it is my great pleasure to make a warm welcome in the first KAIST e-Symposium. We are truly honored to have such an esteemed group of speakers in robotics and vehicle intelligence. Our department, KAIST Mechanical Engineering Department, holds a symposium every year by selecting a major topic that will be the future of mechanical engineering. This is the first time, as Professor Jinwan Kim mentioned, and this year's topics are robotics and vehicle intelligence, which begin to provide a huge impact to our society in the world. Actually, my research area is also haptics and human-robot interaction. I'm very sorry not to be listed in the speakers in this symposium, but I will learn a lot participating for 2 days. Especially, I really appreciate the effort by the organizing committees, including Professor Kim Jin-han, Kim Dong-seok, Park Hye-won. They did a fantastic job to organize this event, invited the world-renowned speakers in the symposium. I extend my deepest gratitude to each one of you for your participation. Your participation and contributions will undoubtedly enrich the symposium, making it more meaningful and impactful experience, especially graduate students in our department, and then robotics and vehicle intelligence society in Korea. I hope we will meet face-to-face in KAIST campus in the future. So our department always welcome all participants whenever you visit us. Wishing you all an enjoyable and enlightening time during this symposium. Once again, welcome and happy holiday. Thank you very much.
Professor Kim, I think it's you can get a spotlight.
All right. Welcome, everyone. My name is Dong-seok Kim from KAIST, Graduate School of Mobility. I'll be chairing today's program. So let's quickly go over speakers we have for today. As Professor Kim Jin-hwan and Kim Jung mentioned, we have I might not even have to introduce them as they are already very renowned researchers in each field. But still, I'd like to quickly go over it. So today in the morning, we have 3 speakers. First talk is going to be Professor John Leonard from MIT. The title of the talk is Towards Human-Centered Embodied Intelligence. The second talk is going to be by Professor Sergey Levin from UC Berkeley. And the title of the talk is Robotic Learning with Large Datasets Towards General Purpose Models for All Robots. The third talk of the morning session is by Dr. Min-Woo Park from NVIDIA. Title of the talk is Balancing Excellence and Practicality in Autonomous Vehicle Perception. And I'm especially happy that we have industry speakers. So it's going to be interesting to see how industry views this robotics and perception field. And let's move on to the afternoon session. Afternoon, we also have 3 talks. First talk in the afternoon will be myself. My name is Dong-Seok Kim from KAIST. I'll be give a talk about with title Towards Globally Scalable Autonomous Driving. And then second afternoon talk is going to be also autonomous driving, vision-centric foundation models for autonomous driving by Professor Hang Cao from Tsinghua University. And the last but not least is going to be by Professor Yonghwa Park from KAIST. The title of the talk is LiDAR for Autonomous Vehicles, Challenges and Innovations. So that summarizes the program for today. And let me introduce the first speaker, Professor John Leonard from MIT. He is, I don't even have to probably explain his career. He's been really renowned faculty in robotics, MIT, and let's get started with the program. Professor John Leonard, could you
wonderful.
Get started?
I'm going to share my screen. Can you all hear me okay? It's a great honor to speak to this group. So let me share my screen and start my slideshow. So I want to give you an overview of my goals for what we call embodied intelligence. Is a group that I'm very fortunate to be a part of here at MIT. I'm part of the Computer Science AI Lab, CSAIL, and also the Mechanical Engineering Department in Mechanical Engineering at MIT. And I get to have some amazing collaborations with colleagues across the Institute. And while there's been like tremendous progress in artificial intelligence, obviously recently, and robotics, I feel that there's still fundamental research to be done in physically embodied intelligence, agents that can interact with the physical world, learn from experience, and improve their performance over time. And so I'm actually going to do a lot of history in this talk. I hope it's okay. And kind of an overview of many themes. And I apologize for having so much material, but I promise to end on time. But I try to tell kind of my personal life story and to express my kind of philosophy. And some of the robots I've worked with over the years, the DARPA Urban Challenge from MIT and autonomous underwater vehicles. And more recently, we're trying to have underwater vehicles that cooperate with human divers and to try to give them better navigation and perception capabilities. And so I really believe in the human-centered aspect of, I want to build robots that can amplify human capabilities, not to replace human capabilities. So, so for me, just some brief background. I grew up in Philadelphia. I went to University of Pennsylvania. I got to go to Oxford in the late 1980s and got involved in some early work in SLAM, simultaneous localization and mapping. I sometimes joke that I'm still working on my PhD thesis that I started over 35 years ago. And I came to MIT in the Sea Grant AUV lab in the early 90s to build autonomous underwater vehicles. And then in my MIT career, I've been able to interact with many different parts of MIT and have some wonderful dear colleagues from Korea, Sang-bae Kim, who's speaking tomorrow. I really am delighted to be part of this sort of global robotics community. But some specific things that I'll mention, I've been working with Toyota as an advisor since 2016 through Toyota Research Institute. I recently became associate department head again, this time for education. And so I'm going to try to give you like a little window into my world. And so I'm going to first talk of the little prelude of recent work at Toyota Research Institute, just a taste of what we're doing, especially since robotic vehicles is one of your themes. And then talk about my personal journey of working on SLAM, autonomous underwater vehicles, and self-driving cars. And then I'll give some highlights of some selected recent MIT projects, and then talk about some open questions for the future. And please feel free to dive in with questions if you can. If you want to, I don't, I'll do my best. And so Toyota Research Institute. Have you heard of Toyota Research Institute, TRI? Let me tell you my personal TRI story. So this is a picture from Gil Pratt and the current chairman, former president of Toyota, Akio Toyoda. Back in November 2015, TRI was launched to try to help Toyota to sort of be the DARPA of Toyota, to sort of think about a high-risk, long-term use-inspired research. Obviously, it's been a very challenging decade in the auto industry with tremendous changes from connectivity, automation, and electrification. TRI was founded actually with, it's a very long story. The TRI story could be at least an hour. But right now, I'm still fortunate to be part of TRI. We have about 200 employees. We have 5 focus areas: energy materials, human-centered AI, human interactive driving, machine learning, and robotics. And I've been most involved recently with the human interactive driving team. I'm going to give a little flavor of some of the work with my colleagues that I helped to mentor in the years past. And so I'm fortunate to be part of the leadership of TRI. And in particular, I work closely with Avinash Balachandran, Charlene Wu, Ryan Eustace, my former co-advisee student. He has a student in Korea, Young Kim, is doing really excellent work on SLAM. And Gil Pratt is our CEO. And our vision for, so you've obviously seen work, all the activity and media interest in full self-driving. So companies like Motional, part of Hyundai, Waymo, Cruise. There's been a lot of news in a lot of events in the news recently, and obviously this is whole kind of areas of research. But at TRI, we're trying to pursue an alternative strategy where instead of trying to replace the human completely and say like a level 4 automated driving sort of robo-taxi, we want to envision highly interactive human driving where we can take all of the capabilities of AI, but combine them with the human to try to place the human at the center of a safer and more performant driving experience. We want to increase the safety and the joy of driving. And many people love to drive, and driving is a sometimes it's a chore, sometimes it's tedious in traffic. But if we could try to think of a lot of people love to drive, and I think if we can think about improving the human driving experience, amplifying human capabilities, it kind of fits our overall theme. And so our team, led by Avinash Balachandran, we recently, this video is about 1.5 years old. They recently did some press media demonstrations and that are available online. But I'm just going to play a little video clip to give you a flavor of our work on automated drifting to try to show the idea of amplifying human capabilities for high performance driving.
There is much to learn at the extremes, where expert drivers can handle what most drivers cannot. Our team is developing on-demand autonomy to prevent car crashes,
Going in hot.
temporarily giving an ordinary driver
Whenever you're ready.
the drifting skills of an expert.
Great run. Look good. That looked good. Copy that. Let's go again.
A little bit longer. Okay, so what were we seeing there? Just quickly check the chat. Okay. So this is work that was in collaboration with Chris Gerdes at Stanford. Avinash was a former student of his, and building on thinking about these graphs show this is a time lapse of the vehicle performing an automated drifting maneuver. This we think is the first kind of brake-initiated autonomous drifting that's been performed, and it's part of our larger picture of this human-centric intelligent driving. And this plot shows the side slip on the horizontal axis and the yaw rate on the vertical axis. And human driving is constrained to the polygon right in the center here in purple. And typically to sort of maintain typical human driving with wheels, with grip, you're pretty much constrained to this regime of the side slip yaw rate phase portrait. With electronic stability control, it just adds the red area, so it makes it a slightly larger performance envelope. But an expert human drift driver can control the vehicle over the sort of green trajectories over a much larger range of yaw rate and side slip activities. And this is both a kind of explicit view of what's happening with the control of the car, but also kind of I view it as a sort of metaphor. If you think about human capabilities are a certain region, how do we amplify human capabilities by giving them sort of autonomy-enabled superpowers, but keeping the human connected into the car? So so that's just a little flavor of some of the work doing at Toyota, and I can point you, if you want to email me, jleonard@mit.edu, to other more recent work. So now I want to go back in time to the sort of early days of SLAM and sort of some highlights from my MIT career and what informs what I think about the present. So I was very fortunate. This picture of me as a grad student back in Oxford in the UK in the robotics research lab, robotics research group founded by Sir Michael Brady. And we had some of the first Sun workstations in England. To my left here, this is a box called a data cube, which I think cost about $100,000 at the time. And it could do sort of frame grabbing and edge detection at about 3 hertz. So I wanted to use vision in my thesis, but it was just way impossible back in the late 1980s. But I did use sonar, and I worked on problems of how you could navigate using sonar sensors. This is a replay of a video of just a simple robot navigating around using sonar observations of the sonar reflections off of walls to sort of constrain a common filter-based positioning localization system. Also worked on mapping, trying to kind of combine the different data. But our vision was a system that could sort of achieve performance comparable to, say, using an artificial beacon system by sensing the naturally occurring geometry of the world. And ideally, what we wanted is a system that could autonomously construct and maintain its own map in a changing environment. And that's been sort of the beacon for my career ever since. So I came to MIT in 1991, and I've been so incredibly happy here. It's such an incredible place with so many interactions. We have a sailing pavilion for the MIT sailing team where we have a lab. We can test our robots in the water, in the river, and we've been doing that a long time. And mechanical engineering is over here. Ocean engineering is over here. And back in the late 90s, early 90s, I was involved in developing a new vehicle called the Odyssey 2, this is some pictures. We deployed it in the Arctic, we deployed it in the Pacific, and the technology was coming together to sort of miniaturize computation and sensors to build robotic submarines that could do oceanographic or industry or military missions. We were led by Jim Bellingham, was a sort of visionary in this field, and the lab commercialized through a company called Bluefin Robotics that I wasn't involved with. And now there's sort of an industry of small autonomous underwater vehicles for these various applications. And since joining the faculty in 1996, I've kind of kept working on this SLAM problem, this how do we build a map, use the map to navigate as a sort of fundamental competence for robot autonomy. And so this is an example of using a PR2 robot on the second floor of the MIT Data Center where my lab is. And here you can see, this is roughly from about 10 years ago, my student Harley Johansson, who's an underwater vehicle engineer, but we use land robots as proxies to test the sort of underlying geometric probabilistic estimation of doing kind of odometry, loop closing. And this is using stereo data to sort of, it's connected to a pose graph under the hood. So we collaborated with Frank Dellert's group who developed GTSAM, and I've had former postdocs, Michael Case, Morris Fallon. We sort of explored the kind of probabilistic machinery for building maps and maintaining them. We've also been very much involved in underwater experiments over the years. So different types of robots for ship hull inspection with my colleague Franz Hover. This is an early Remus underwater vehicle, Odyssey, another Remus, using autonomous kayaks as surface vehicles as proxies for autonomy. We've implemented SLAM underwater to try to reacquire objects underwater, building a new map with a low-cost sensor and matching it to a previous map to solve problems for the Navy. We also, as a big detour along the way, I was the team leader for the MIT DARPA Urban Challenge, along with my faculty colleagues, the late Seth Teller, my friend Seth, Jonathan Howe, Amelia Fritzoli, and we developed a perception-driven vehicle. So for the 2007 DARPA Challenge, we did a vehicle that tried to do online local mapping connected to an RRT path planner. And the vehicle, this is showing Velodyne LiDAR data, which was a brand new sensor at the time, generating 1 million data points a second, connected to an RRT path planner, and sort of guiding the vehicle in real time. It's a very long story. We came in 4th place. We were one of the teams to finish the race with some incidents along the way. And through this experience, I got connected to self-driving. The Google team came out of the Carnegie Mellon and Stanford teams from the DARPA Challenge. And if you look at these kind of team photos back from the DARPA Challenge, like individual people in here, like Carl Agnema is now in charge of Motional. Amelia Fritzoli was the co-founder of Motional. If you look at the different people in these pictures, Ed Olson, our former student who has a startup called May Mobility, they're kind of like the oil paintings to the venture capitalists of the automated driving industry. There was something magical about the DARPA Challenge that really kind of captured what was possible with these new sensors and new computing. And so for me, I want to sort of try to give you a little window into our current research. And you could say, why are we still working on SLAM in 2023? Wasn't that solved 20 years ago by folks like Sebastian Thrun and Hugh Dorrant-White, my advisor? And I want to try to tell you why, from a sort of personal perspective, why I think there's still fundamental issues to solve in learning scene representations and using them for autonomous systems. And in particular, there's something we'll call semantic SLAM or object-based SLAM, where the goal is to develop an object, a description of the world in terms of objects, leveraging modern machine learning, but connecting that to pose graphs and probabilistic estimation under the hood. So so I've always thought about how we do work on the mapping and navigation problem in terms of different sort of degrees of difficulty, like different kind of parts of this subspace of different sorts of questions. You know, if I've now advised over, including current students, about 35 PhDs, and each of them are like making a sort of, trying to make a unit step in different directions in this kind of plot, where I think about one axis is representation. How do we represent the environment? Another axis is inference. How do we perform inference on this ever-growing set of data, you know, using these representations, accounting for uncertainty. But then another critical axis is systems and autonomy. Can we build systems and deploy them in the world? And it's not enough just to sort of process data sets and show systems on established data, but can we actually do real demos where we put vehicles in the ocean or set vehicles loose in the corridors of MIT? And over the years, there's been an evolution of different choices for representation, for inference, for systems and autonomy. And just like a little kind of sampling of topics, historically, we thought a lot about metrical representations, geometric representations, but then topological representations like closing loops and more, maybe the way a subway map might represent a space. And a big development historically was going from more feature-based or sort of geometric, like lines, points, planes, to more dense representations using things like TSDF representations from Connect Fusion. And we were involved in something called continuous and using RGBD sensors. And then, but over time, I've always wanted to be able to represent the world in terms of objects, like knowing this is a water bottle, knowing this is a cell phone, and being able to sort of capture representations that can, instead of just raw point clouds, to be able to represent the world in terms of objects that might be suitable for manipulation or enabling interaction with humans. And this we call the semantic kind of representation, semantic SLAM problems, where we can try to kind of not just know what is in, not just know, we would typically think about where am I, what's around me, but also what's around me. How do we kind of add labels to objects? And increasingly, with biologists think a lot about allocentric versus egocentric representations, how like what's relative to me versus relative to the world. And there's ever new representations like NeRFs and Gaussian splatting, and there's all kinds of new things happening. On the inference axis, SLAM is compelling because it's a challenging state estimation problem. To map, say, the MIT campus, there's a very large number of states, and solving for data association, which measurements go with which objects in the world, doing loop closing, knowing that you've come back to the place you've been by a different route. And ultimately, SLAM is intimately connected with learning maps, and learning from data. And I think we're increasingly seeing folks trying to employ multimodal foundation models, leveraging language, leveraging things such as Facebook segment anywhere, and the ability to have machine learning detectors that have been trained on massive examples. But and then more on the systems and autonomy side, it's important to take perception and couple it to planning and control to close the loop. And going from demos to true deployments. And to do this, I think we need better data sets, and we need to figure out how to use sim, and obviously using simulation. So there's this kind of landscape of many different problems that kind of inform my thinking and the kind of work that we do. So, so in my group currently, I invite you all to visit. If you're on campus, send me an email. I love having visitors. This is a couple of recent photos. Typically, I'd have about 10 to 12 members of my group. Not shown here. Actually, my two postdocs right now are both from Korea, Jung-Seok and Ron. And I'll tell you a little sampling of some of the work we've done. And my students, in this picture just from here, like my student Kevin Doherty now is working at Boston Dynamics. My student Chad just went to work for Tesla. My student Carol is working for Boston Dynamics AI Institute. And I've had a number of former postdocs and students that are in faculty positions at various universities. But we try to have fun, and we try to help each other. And so when I think about what my dream is for my research, I've always had this notion of, can we have the equivalent of Google's relationship to the internet? Could we have that for the physical world? And Andrew Davison has at Imperial College is one of my kind of heroes and colleagues in the SLAM community. And he uses the term spatial AI. So think of spatial intelligence, and how imagine a robot that's traveling through the world and sensing objects. And I tend to think of pose graphs, so graphical models that represent the constraints, the probabilistic constraints, the constraints with uncertainty between poses, consecutive poses of a robot, and from observations of objects in the world. And so we want to develop the inference techniques and underlying representations to enable spatial intelligence, and questions such as where am I, what objects are around me. And we want to develop object-based mapping for situations with very high ambiguity. Existing approaches, so you might say, isn't SLAM a solved problem? And there are situations where existing SLAM techniques like OrbSLAM or GTSLAM enabled, say, the Skydio drones, they have phenomenal performance in certain situations, but they tend to be brittle, and they tend to in particular have problems in situations where we can't represent the underlying uncertainties with Gaussians. when we have multiple modes of uncertainty, lots of ambiguity. So we want to seek generic approaches to handle ambiguities that can generalize to difficult environments like the ocean. And in particular, as we move to underwater, where the communication is very poor underwater, algorithms trained with vision don't necessarily translate to sonar. We need to think about how we can combine different sensors like sonar and vision. And another important theme of our work is the cooperative localization of multiple agents, because GPS doesn't work underwater. One of the strategies for underwater navigation and localization is having, if another vehicle knows its position because it's near the surface or it has better navigation sensors, how can you share that navigation information? And increasingly, I had some Navy officers who really were divers, and they really wanted to say, hey, can you help us with complex diving missions in poor visibility water? And so we're working on how we might use acoustic modems between a diver and an AUV to help navigate and do sensing. So any questions so far? Anybody want to jump in? I don't want to make it too much one way. Can you all hear me okay? It's all good?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Well, I'll continue. So I'm going to get into some examples now. And and let me I'm just kind of restate the problem formulation with a little bit more formally, but we have a robot that's tasked with exploring an underwater environment. And these are slides from my recent student, Kevin Doherty's PhD thesis. If you can look it up online, is a great example of recent work from our group. And so the robot has to solve the question of where am I, which is kind of fundamental, and where is everything around me? I would argue that this is sort of one of the fundamental questions of mobile robotics. And but not just where is everything around me, but what is everything around me? Can we classify, say, coral reefs or animals of interest and so forth? And so this general problem setting of navigating around what is around me, what is around me, where is it? It has applications for environmental monitoring, mine countermeasures for the Navy, and also, say, inspecting infrastructure for aquaculture and other marine applications. The same problem has applications for automated driving. So a lot of the autonomous vehicles, such as Waymo vehicles, they said in historical talks that they drive around, make very accurate maps, use SLAM techniques, and then when they're operating, they can localize very precisely, much more precisely than GPS. And then, say, perhaps for household robotics. And so we formulate this as a semantic simultaneous localization and mapping problem, where in a typical SLAM problem, we would have, say, robot poses and possibly landmark locations. But with a semantic SLAM problem, we change it from being just a pure continuous estimation problem to a mixed hybrid discrete continuous problem. And so what we want to do is perform maximum a posteriori inference over the unknown states, which include the robot trajectory, so sort of letting a kind of trail of breadcrumbs where the robot has traveled, the locations of landmarks in the map, in the environment or objects, but also the semantic class of objects. So now we have a landmark representation that combines both continuous sort of location and class identity, say coral reef, or say mine-like object, or for a terrestrial robot, a chair, a trash can, a water bottle, a coffee mug. And so so when you combine these elements of the mixed continuous discrete problem, it incurs a lot of computational complexity. So I'm not going to say too much about it here, but in my student Kevin's thesis, he introduced something called DCSAM, discrete continuous smoothing and mapping, which was a way of generalizing Frank Delitzsch GTSAM to add in these discrete variables to represent sort of semantic classes for landmarks. And it's a kind of nice formalism for thinking about these kind of coupled inference problems. So, but what I'm going to do is, what I typically do is I'll give like a lot of history, and then now I want to dive into the present and some recent work. So I have this wonderful current recent group of students, and I'm picking example from my student Chad, who just went to work at Tesla, and then my student Carol, who just went to work at Boston Dynamics AI Institute. And so Chad, this is a paper from IROS in Detroit in October. He worked on this object-based SLAM problem with monocular imagery, where one of the challenges you have, so what we want to do is modern machine learning detectors have amazing performance at saying, oh, that's a chair, that's a trash can, for example. But what we wanted to do is to combine that with a sort of pose graph SLAM representation. And one of the challenges, how do you initialize objects? So I have other students working on shape and pose estimation, and there's a lot of work in the community. But for Chad's work, we're going to represent an object by its centroid. And obviously with occlusions and things that might have some challenges. And what we're doing is we're kind of inverting an old idea that Sebastian Thrun's FastSlam combined particles and Gaussians. We're doing it kind of in an opposite way, which I'll explain. But the key idea is that we have Gaussian approximations of the joint posteriors for once we use particle filters to initialize objects, and then once we have them collapse to a nice particle set that can be represented by Gaussian, we can switch to the Gaussian representation of error, which enables much more greater efficiency and reduces the sort of particle depletion problem. So the best way to see this is through a couple of videos. So here's a video of just walking in our lab with a monocular camera, and you can see, trash can 73%, office chair, let's say 78%. And so modern detectors are we're using DEDIC, are just kind of amazing in their performance. But as the robot's walking around, this is a person carrying the sensor. Initially, the objects show as sets of particles, and then as we get sufficient diversity of viewpoints to be able to collapse the particle set to something that represents that can be well represented by a Gaussian, we can then swap to a Gaussian representation, and that's connected into a GTSAM pose graph optimization network, and we can do things like loop closing. Now, obviously, we're assuming the objects are static. Dynamic SLAM is a whole other topic, and I'll mention that a little more briefly. But let me show you this example in a little bit of more detail. So this is sort of part one of the video of walking around our lab. And just initially, it knows nothing about the environment. And as it detects these objects, initially, they're kind of clusters of particles. But once you get some diversity of viewpoints, it's able to collapse down and say, okay, cereal box, mustard bottle, coffee cup. We have about 20 semantic classes for this particular implementation. And this is an example of what we call closed set semantic SLAM. That means we're going to take a set of objects and we're going to know in advance what those objects are. And one of the things we want, this is the first part of the video, and if I now let it continue, part two, we're going to come back and we're going to close a loop, just a simple loop closing. So walking around our lab's kind of cluttered and messy. We've got a lot of things going on. A lot of people share this lab. And so this is showing that coming back to a place you've been before, being able to have multiple objects and be able to register them and do the kind of loop closing. So for me, in some ways, this captures things we've been trying to do for 10, 20, even 30 years. But by employing a modern machine learning detector and coupling it to, this kind of is a blend of the new and the old, like using machine learning detectors and the underlying pose graph representation to be able to basically, so what is the benefit of using objects instead of, say, like a denser world representation? So objects can be a much more compact representation of the world. And this, I think, can lead to better efficiency and also better robustness. As, for example, if a trash can kind of moves, instead of thinking about a whole set of point clouds that move, you can just kind of have the objects itself move. Also, by representing the world in terms of objects, I think it's more amenable to connecting to humans. And especially, for example, for an underwater object-based mapping application, it's very hard to transmit large volumes of data acoustically underwater. But if you could use a compact language-based description of objects, that can better connect to the human. So my belief is that semantic SLAM leads to robustness, efficiency, and improved human-robot interaction. So that's an example of this. This is a approach we call GAP SLAM, Gaussian. Let me go back to the name. So it's basically blending Gaussian approximation and particle filters for real-time non-Gaussian SLAM. And that's an IROS 2023. And then the next piece of work I want to mention, I'll say something at the very end about some collaborations looking at NERFs, and which have exploded in interest in the robotics community. But my student Carol, she recently finished her thesis, and this is a paper that she had in the RSS 2023. I wonder if any of you were there. Unfortunately, I was not there, but Carol got to go to Daegu in Korea to present her paper on a neural SE3 equivariant embedding for consistent spatial understanding with objects. She calls this NEWS. And it's an alternative way of thinking about the object-based SLAM problem, where she can basically come up with a way to do direct inference of the SE3 camera pose constraints between objects, and then connect that to the underlying pose graph optimization methods. And it has a change aware capability so that she can, if you can sort of think about this almost like this machinery for representing spatial relationships with objects, that you have an ability to reason if the objects change and if they move. And so I'm going to play her video. And so this is the scenes we've demonstrated on are still relatively kind of simple scenes, and it's a relatively small set of objects, but it's really about the underlying representation of using a sort of a neural style representation with equivariance. And so here's a video that's showing, this is the binocular, the image, the current frame update, and then the kind of full scene update. And it's so we're just kind of driving around some objects with the camera mounted on a little robot, and it's trained for these different classes of objects, of coffee cups and water bottles, and it's able to infer some changes in the scene. So it'll basically infer when there are big changes. So what Carol did is she went and just moved some objects as the robot traveled around. And what we'd like to do is a vehicle that's kind of aware of an environment that can sort of, in the same way, maybe an inspiration is, if I were to change my web page, Google would be smart enough to know that the search results should change because it's kind of kept track of the web as a kind of dynamic state. Can we do the same thing for the world so that, say, a robot to help in someone's house could kind of keep track of the locations of objects as they change and move? So I realize I'm going like way too fast and not a detail, but that's just a little kind of window into this work. And here's some more examples from her paper. And so they're relatively simple trajectories, but showing the ability to use this neural scene representation and have it be robust to changes in the configuration of the objects. So any questions so far? Okay, so now I'm going to proceed and talk about a completely different set of students. I mentioned this earlier, but I have some Navy officers, including a Navy officer, Brendan O'Neill, who just finished his PhD this in August. So actually, Carol, Chad, and Brendan all finished their theses within about 5 weeks of one another. It's been a busy year. And our vision is to enable an autonomous underwater vehicle to help a diver to navigate to targets. Now, there's been work of like visually based diver tracking an AUV tracking a diver. But we envision a kind of loosely coupled team that's working in a kind of larger scale environment. For example, if a diver needs to search a large area or transit a large distance, and maybe the AUV has some other job to do. And so in underwater vehicles, there's something called long baseline navigation, where you deploy transponders and vehicles can use acoustic ranges from the transponders to navigate the vehicles. Excuse me, and in previous work, we've done something called moving baseline navigation, where we've had one or more vehicles serve as kind of like mobile positioning beacons for other vehicles. And it's kind of like bringing GPS underwater in a local area using, it's what we call a range-aided SLAM problem, which is something my student, another student, Alan Papalia, has been working on. But in this instance, we want to use a single AUV, which is assumed to have an inertial navigation system. So it has a very good sense of direction. It maybe has a Doppler velocity log, a very good velocity estimate. So imagine a diver that has to travel or search a large area and having an AUV with very poor visibility without surfacing for GPS. And what we did on this in kind of like a walk, crawl, run approach, my students, Brendan and Jesse, with collaborators at Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, Lee Freitag and his group, who are experts in underwater acoustic telemetry, is to use kayaks, initially human-paddled kayaks and then autonomous kayaks, as proxy platforms. And with just range measurements, we want to have just range measurements for the kind of simplicity of the system, but the AUV has to execute a kind of some sort of maneuvering, zigzagging or circling to basically provide a sufficient diversity of positions so that from ranges only you can locate the vehicle. So this graph on the left here, and we're using the kayaks as a proxy for a Remus AUV. So we'll call it Remus, but it's really a kayak for now. And so the vehicle starts up here and it's traveling downward and it's navigating towards a target. How the blue trace is the vehicle serving as the navigation aid, and it's kind of circling, doing arcs, and the black is the trajectory trying to go in a straight line of the surrogate diver. It's going more slowly in a straight line. And these yellow circles are range circles when we get an acoustic range between the vehicles. And we feed this into a factor graph-based probabilistic estimation algorithm to try to solve for the estimate both in real time and then smoothed. And so this was some initial tests we did about a year and a half ago. And then more recently, we did tests with an autonomous surface vehicle acting as the AUV and demonstrated the algorithm running in real time in the presence of currents with some circling that gets a little bit messy because of the currents. But this is an experiment with a small boat as a diver proxy and then autonomous AUV surface vehicle in the Charles River. And so there's a whole story behind this. I probably won't go into too much detail about how you sort of do this. The undersea acoustics, transmitting data packets roughly every 10 seconds back and forth. And and we did various testing in ponds and different types of bodies of water. And this is in our paper, but a sort of an example here of a video of, might be a little hard to see, but you can see how the experiment unfolds in time. The green vehicle is the autonomous surface vehicle that's acting as an AUV. And the blue trace is the kind of equivalent of a diver swimming a long distance, which is an important mission for the Navy. And the green vehicle circles. So this is real data from a pond on Cape Cod in Falmouth, Massachusetts, and showing when these range pings happen, we get a kind of constraint. And so this is the way we showed with real data, kind of robust to some sources of error like multipath and so forth, this concept of navigating. And then we did similar tests where we went in the river near MIT with lots of wind and disturbances. And let me go to the next plot. And so, so we really enjoy to try to do field testing when we can, but we don't have the capabilities of, say, a Hui Woods-Hole of going to see the deep ocean very much. But it's an example with very sparse measurements with a very challenging environmental factors. But it's an important mission to try to show the kind of benefits. And as part of this philosophy, it may seem very, very different, but the Toyota work where we're trying to amplify human behaviors, my Toyota life is very separate from my MIT life. But here underwater, we're trying to amplify the navigation and then ultimately the sensing capabilities of a human diver so that they can accomplish a mission and get to the target that they want to get to. So, and then just one last thing, I mentioned we have a theme, a former student of mine, David Rosen, is a professor at Northeastern now, had something called SE-Sync, which is an algorithm developed with Luca Carlone, who's an MIT professor now, of how you can do certifiable SLAM, how you can sort of certify the results of a SLAM estimation problem. My student Alan, in his work in progress, is trying to, for when we have these range measurements, let's call it range-aided SLAM. And just as one example, this is one of Brendan's kayak experiments. There's a whole bunch of range measurements for circling around a moving vehicle. It's a very kind of messy spaghetti sort of data. And with what Alan's able to do is to untangle the sort of spaghetti of the different measurements and come up with a robust, come up with an estimate of the vehicle trajectory and certify it that it is correct. So this uses some sort of tricks and techniques from duality. And it's and part of the human centered approach of not just amplifying human capabilities is that we want to build trustworthy algorithms. So how do you achieve trust to have systems that can sort of ascertain when their algorithms can be tested? So let's see. So I want to stay in my time constraints. So I definitely handle any questions. So the big picture is our goal is to develop the tools to enable physically embodied spatial intelligence, like to enable systems to know what is where in the world, and for themselves to navigate and to learn over time. And my dream is to build mobile robots that can build and maintain models of the world, sort of developing scene representation, sort of a working memory for space through lifelong learning, improving their performance over time, gathering data about the world, and helping humans to perform difficult tasks. The underwater is a really challenging place to do this. And some sort of open questions, and I'll stop here for questions, is how do we develop these semantic representations to support human-centered embodied intelligence, achieving long-term autonomy in highly dynamic environments where things change a lot, systems that can recover from mistakes and show how they can improve over time, and how do we establish trust, for example, through this certifiable estimation approach, where we try to certify it's an algorithm that can know that it knows, in the sense of or maybe it might, they're not always certified. Like you can often certify an answer, but sometimes it'll come back and not pass the certification test, but maybe that can drive getting more data. And an interesting topic, which I think the whole world is looking at, is how do you connect this also to sort of physically grounded large language models and leverage some of the recent amazing progress. And I'm sure you'll hear more about that from folks like Sergey. But what I talked earlier about Google for the physical world, what could we get ChatGPT for the physical world? And that's where I actually think mechanical engineering has a really strong place to play, because there's the sort of the internet as like the sort of what data is accessible on the internet is a place where AI has been very successful with language and vision models. But how do we deal with physical objects, and how do we incorporate control, stability, physical models? And just as a final thought, in terms of, so I have this wonderful, we have this wonderful postdoc in CCL, Ge Yang, who's doing some work with NERFs and trying to connect that to different kinds of spatial representations. They just were co-authors on a, with William Stan and Leslie Kiebling, Philip Azola on the Best Paper Award at Coral a few weeks ago. But this is from earlier this summer, some work in trying to capture large, this is flying a drone around MIT's data center, where it was a pretty Frank Gehry designed building where we work, and showing some NERF models of that. And here's another example of, I'm just amazed by the level of detail, for example, for the bicycles. And so this is not necessarily my work. This is sort of what's happening in the computer vision community with neural scene representations. And it's pretty exciting. And one last example is, this is one of our main conference rooms where we had a big event this summer for CCL's 60th anniversary. And so I think that these neural scene representations, if we can connect them to language models, but still connect them to underlying probabilistic estimation, there's a lot of cool things that are possible. So I want to thank you for being a great audience, and take any questions.
Thank you so much for the talk. So let's see if we have some questions.
Yes. So question one, you showed object-based SLAM, whereas the traditional SLAM algorithm is usually based on features. Is there any algorithm to use both, and features and generified objects? I think that's a great question. In some ways, we're trying to do that. So we're trying to connect for example, you might have an ability to know like objects like a water bottle, but you might also have an ability to know about kind of planar features like tabletops. And my former postdoc, Michael KAIST, has work on plane SLAM and using cylindrical models. And I think I would like to see some combination of basically the geometric estimation of objects and buildings, for example, for construction, and connecting that to some of the more kind of visual detectors. And then also about the integration of SLAM and control. That's a great problem. We've always wanted to kind of close the loop and do what we call active SLAM. And my colleagues, like Sartesh Karaman, has done some great work, Jonathan Howe. Last question, what other sensibilities you're looking for to use SLAM? Touch is a great example. So I'm on some PhD committees. My colleague in CCL, Ted Adelson, a student just asked me to join his committee. He's using touch sensing from the gel site sensor. And I've always wanted to do tactile SLAM, for example, like in an environment in the dark. And I think that's another great example where you have this kind of physical interaction, and what are the right representations to combine touch with other sensors. So great questions. I don't really know the answers. They're great questions.
Then we have, I myself has a couple of questions. I think, so it's related to the question you already answered, but I think one of your work was trying to estimate the position of these static objects. I think it was initially using 2D object detection and then trying to estimate 3D position from probably multiple images.
Yeah.
Can you elaborate a little bit on that? Because there are also 3D object detectors you could use. So I wonder if there's any thoughts on that.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So we came up with the kind of the centroid-based estimate just as a way to build a system and show the kind of ability to handle the non-Gaussian errors. And but I have a separate student, his name's Yihao Zhang. He's hoping to defend in the next couple months. And he is trying to look at the shape and pose estimation problem. And it's actually really hard. And I think, you know, if you're familiar, like Facebook have something called Segment Anything. It's trained on, I think, 1 billion images, which is kind of scary. One of the challenges of working in this area is because big tech has so much data and so much computation. I wouldn't be shocked if there's a shape and pose estimator coming out of something like Facebook, where you can get the geometric pose of, say, an object like the chair that I'm sitting in, but I think that there are applications, for example, like in the factory or in manufacturing, construction, where you really want the ability to get the geometry of objects. And so I'll just say that I'm deeply interested in the problem, and that the students I've had working on it, it's been a lot harder than we expected. And and one big question is, do you go to a sort of pure machine learning end-to-end type approach, or do you try to keep some of the traditional probabilistic estimation and sort of geometric algorithms? And we're trying to stay a little more 1 foot in the past, 1 foot in the future, but maybe that's not the right approach. Some of what's happening in the kind of pure deep learning world is end-to-end is kind of amazing.
All right, thank you for your answers. Are there any questions? We can also have real-time questions.
Well, thank you. Please reach out if you have any questions. And let's see, last question. Underwater data sets to train the model. That's a great question. So actually, we're working on, I think kind of said, like, you know, in vision, they have the KITTI data set, for example, for self-driving cars, for vision and LiDAR. We need an underwater KITTI data set. And it's exactly true that underwater is hard. We've actually taken like terrestrial models and applied them underwater. And for some objects, it's fine, but some objects it's not. But maybe the terrestrial model can be sort of a pre-training. But the lack of data sets is an issue. And my postdoc, Jun-Seok Hung from University of Minnesota, who grew up in Korea, he's worked on, say, for example, underwater plastic trash detection and diver cooperation, and getting data sets was kind of part of his work. But we need more. We need more data.
All right. Thank you so much for the talk and answering questions. Really enjoy the talk and how your past work connects to the work you are working on.
Have a wonderful day. Have a wonderful day. Thank you for inviting me.
All right. Let's give Professor Leonard a big applause. Let's move on to the second talk. Second talk is the title of the second talk is Robotic Learning with Large Datasets Towards General Purpose Models for All Robots by Professor Sergey Levine from UC Berkeley.
Great. Thank you for the introduction. All right, so I'm going to talk about robotic learning with large data sets. And to start us off, let's talk a little bit about kind of some bigger picture perspective. If we go back maybe 5-10 years, the way that AI systems in fields like computer vision and NLP used to work is that for each particular domain, maybe image segmentation, you would collect a data set, a pretty large manually labeled data set, and then you would train a model. And if you wanted to do image classification, you would collect a different data set and you would train a different model. And if you wanted to do captioning, visual question answering, summarization, each of these problems would involve a large data collection effort, manual labeling, and then a separate model. And increasingly, the direction in which the field of machine learning has been moving is, instead of training these bespoke per domain models with strongly labeled data, we are instead using large amounts of weakly labeled data sourced from the web to train very large self-supervised or unsupervised models like language models or contrastive learning for visual features, things like that. These are sometimes referred to as foundation models. And then these general purpose models trained on weakly labeled data could be used to adapt to particular downstream tasks with fine-tuning, and sometimes even just few-shot or zero-shot prompting. And this is a very powerful recipe because now we, in many of these domains, we might not need very large manually labeled data sets. We could use weakly labeled data and then a relatively modest amount of strongly labeled data for the downstream application. So what about robots? Well, these days, if you want to do robotic learning, the picture looks very much like the machine learning picture of the past, where for each robot, each robotic task, each scenario, each domain, each environment, you would typically collect data and train a model specific to that setting. If you want your PR2 to flip a pancake, if you want your Barrett WAM to flip a pancake, if you want a UR10 box packing robot or whatever this other stuff is, each application, each domain, each robot is a separate data set and model. So could we imagine an analogous future where the way that robotic learning might work is that we would pool data from many, many different sources, maybe robots, maybe other non-robotic sources that we could use to train some large self-supervised pre-trained robot model, which could then be adapted to downstream tasks, again, with relatively modest amounts of data, and that would enable much broader generalization. What would it take to get us there? And that's really what I'm going to focus on in this talk. So how can we start thinking about getting this kind of generalist robot model? Well, we could first ask, how do we get generalist models in other domains? And one of the things we could think about here is that there is a kind of continuum where as models in fields like computer vision and NLP become more powerful, the data that they're trained on really changes. So we could imagine the spectrum going all the way from small amounts of very narrowly focused data for shallow methods like logistic regression to kind of the previous generation of deep models, which would be trained on large amounts of data harvested from the web, but then annotated with human labels, all the way to the modern generation of models that largely use data mined from the web without human labeling. And what changes as we go left to right on the spectrum is that, of course, the data sets get bigger, but a few other things change too. The models become more general purpose. That makes sense. You have more data, you can train a more generalist model, but also the labels get weaker. So that's kind of the other side of the scales, is the price you pay for having larger, broader data sets is weaker labeling. The data might not be as narrowly focused on your particular domain of interest, and it might not have annotations that are exactly what you want. And that means that these larger, more general models have to contend with essentially larger volumes of lower quality data. And fewer assumptions on what constitutes that data. So to get generalist models, the biggest enabling factor is actually the ability to use more data. And the ability to use more data comes from the ability to handle weaker assumptions and weaker labels. So how do we design robotic learning methods that can use more data and therefore have fewer assumptions and can handle weaker labels? Well, we can imagine the same kind of spectrum for robotic data. Maybe on the left, on the narrow side of the scale, we have data for a single task with a single robot, maybe with imitation learning or a single task reward. So single domain, single task. Going a little to the right, perhaps we can start using multitask data. Now we have to handle weaker annotations. Not all the data is for the particular task you want, but there's more of it. Going further to the right, maybe you want to handle demonstration data. You might want to also handle suboptimal data. Suboptimal data is easier to get. Perhaps it could be collected autonomously, but again, satisfies fewer assumptions. Perhaps we can handle data from other robots. Again, fewer assumptions. It might not be from exactly the domain you want. It might not be from the embodiment you want. And perhaps going even further to the right, we could also think of incorporating non-robot data, such as task-relevant video data. My claim in this talk is that we can develop general methods that can use all of these sources. And what I'll tell you about today is some of the bits and pieces that in the future might come together to really enable that. So I'll talk about methods that can use multi-robot data, methods that can use video data. We haven't put all those pieces together, and we don't have a single method that brings them together, but hopefully you'll see the commonalities that indicate that might be possible. So I'll first describe a very simple approach that we can use to extract goal condition policies that has many of those elements of self-supervision that makes relatively weak assumptions on the data. I'll talk about how offline RL can allow us to get away with even weaker assumptions, leveraging unsuccessful autonomously collected trials. I'll talk about how we can learn from videos and action-free data using, surprisingly, many of the same RL methods that we can also use with robotic data. And then I'll conclude with a discussion of some ways that some of those pieces have been put together to enable things that start to look like real robotic foundation models trained on data from multiple different robotic systems. So let's start with the goal condition policies. I'm going to tell you about an experiment that we did recently, although this has been several years in the making, about how we can train very general policies for robotic manipulation. And really the core enabling factor for us, surprisingly, was not actually particularly novel methodology, but actually having the right kind of data set. So the actual research here is largely a data collection effort, but what I want to tell you about is some of the things that were enabled by that data. So we recently released Bridge Data v2, which is the second iteration of the Bridge data set. The first was released about a year and a half ago. Bridge Data v2 is a data set with about 60,000 trajectories of robotic manipulation skills that are collected with this low-cost WidowX robot. The data set contains interactions with hundreds of objects, with all of the trajectories annotated with language descriptions, 24 different environments, and the variability in the environments makes it possible to train policies on this data and actually run them at other locations in other labs and so on. But what I want to focus on here is the way that we can get very generalist policies out of data sets like this. And it's actually kind of surprising how simple it can be. So a very simple recipe that we can use once we have a big enough and diverse enough data set is to simply train goal condition policies. And so a goal condition policy is just a policy that takes in the current image that the robot is observing, a photograph of a desired configuration of the environment. So in this case, we want the robot to sweep the dirt. The goal image just has the dirt all swept to the corner, and then it outputs the action. Now, this is not necessarily what you actually want. In the end, you might want the robot to do things like follow language commands or something of that nature, something that's easier for humans to communicate. We're going to train goal condition policies because they provide us with a very convenient self-supervised learning objective, and then we'll adapt them to other kinds of task modalities. Very much in the spirit of how people train self-supervised or unsupervised models on internet scale data, things like language models, where they are trained on things like next token prediction that are not necessarily the task you actually want to solve. So here, the goal condition policy is not necessarily what we want, but it's a really convenient self-supervised objective. Why is it convenient? Well, because we can pull out a very simple supervised training procedure for it. Any trajectory that you have from your data set, you can take 2 time steps along that trajectory, take the action at the first time step. The green circle is your starting state, the orange circle is your goal state, and the red arrow is your label. So there's your training tuple. This can be put into any supervised learning procedure, and you can train a goal condition policy. You can do better than this using things like reinforcement learning, and I'll talk about that too. But even this very simple procedure already actually can produce very powerful policies if applied to a sufficiently large and diverse data set. So using the Bridge data set, we were able to get a single policy, a single goal condition policy that could do all of these tasks using just goal images. So it can manipulate object, manipulate furniture, manipulate cloth. This is not actually a novel method. It's not that it's been around for a very long time. The key point I wanted to make here is that it's a very effective self-supervised procedure for leveraging larger data sets. And many others have worked on this too. There was probably one of the more recent well-known results is the RoboCat paper from DeepMind, which also used goal condition policies. It's a powerful recipe, and it's very simple, and crucially, it makes very weak assumptions on supervision, making it a great way to feed lots of data into your robots. But now let's come back to this question of how can we adapt this kind of training procedure to then get robots to do other things. One thing you could imagine is that perhaps you have a large amount of unlabeled data, and then a small amount of data that is labeled with language instructions. So if you just use only the data with language instructions, that might be insufficiently large. But if you can leverage the data without any labels via this goal condition training objective, then perhaps you can get something that really generalizes. One way that we developed for doing this is to use a contrastive learning rule. This is a little bit similar to how CLIP works for those of you that are familiar with it, except the difference now is that we are not associating language instructions with individual images. We're associating language instructions with changes to the environment, and changes to the environment can be captured by a combination of a starting state and an ending state. So it's actually embedding pairs of images, which allow the robot to discern what the transition was in the same space as language instructions via a contrastive learning rule. And this essentially provides you with a representation that represents either an instruction or a goal. And then you can train a single policy with that representation as the task, using both the data with annotations, where you embed the language, and data without annotations, where you embed the goal and start state. So the policy then is simply conditioned on this contrastive embedding. And that can actually give you language condition policies that can perform a wide range of behaviors using data from this bridge data set. It can put mushrooms in the pot, place the knife in front of the microwave, and all sorts of other things of this sort. This works quite a bit better than methods that don't perform the contrastive alignment. So in this evaluation, the x-axis is the success rate, orange is this proposed method called GRIF, which is contrastive embedding. Blue is a method that trains on both the goals and the language without the contrastive embedding, and BCZ is a kind of a classic example of a language conditioned imitation learning method. Now, this is a good way to leverage data without language annotations if you have some modest amount of annotated data. But we can actually do even better. One of the other things we could do is we can actually use generative models of images to allow us to utilize goal condition policies with language instructions and also bring in other sources of data from the web, like videos. So here's the idea. We can train a generative model, in this case it's a diffusion model, similar to like stable diffusion, for example, to take in an instruction like put the orange crayon in the wooden bowl and the current image that the robot is seeing, and then generate a sub-goal image that is a good milestone for the robot to reach on the path to completing the goal. So this is not a video generation model, it's actually just generating a sub-goal image. So it's a very simple, lightweight model. It's actually just fine-tuned literally from Stable Diffusion 1.4. And it's trained on robot data to just predict these intermediate milestones. So if you tell it to put the orange crayon in the wooden bowl, it might produce an image here at the top where the arm is over the orange crayon. So it's not producing the final image, it's actually producing an intermediate sub-goal image. And the nice thing about a model like this is that you can train it on robot data, but you can also train it on video data. So any video data that is labeled with textual descriptions can also be utilized to train these sub-goal predictors. And that gives you a lot more data for the sub-goal predictor. And then, of course, once you produce good sub-goals, then you can hand them off to the self-supervised goal condition policy from before and have it actually accomplish the sub-goals. So in this work, we actually use the something data set to train the sub-goal predictor, and that gave us better generalization. So here's an illustration of this in action. For each of the commands, you can see the sub-goal generated by the diffusion process, and then the video shows the robot actually attempting to reach that sub-goal. And you can see that it will do things like open the microwave door using a fairly elaborate strategy that requires the arm to go behind the door and actually hook into it. It'll pull open the drawer, it'll put objects in the drawer. And this is a single goal condition policy and a single diffusion model. The diffusion model was first trained on regular image generation, then it was fine-tuned on something together with robot data. So the point here is that this simple self-supervised goal-conditioned objective can be used to train general-purpose robotic policies, and then they can be interfaced to other kinds of modalities like text with a variety of more weakly supervised or semi-supervised techniques. Now let me talk a little bit about how RL can come into the mix and how it can allow us to use even lower quality data, further relaxing our assumptions on the data set. So what do we expect offline RL methods in particular to do? Well, before we talked about imitation learning, goal conditioned imitation learning is still a form of imitation learning. It's about observing some trajectories that go from a start to the goal and then trying to mimic those trajectories. Offline RL is doing something a little different. Offline RL is about looking at a collection of trajectories that might not accomplish the task that you want, but show you what could be possible. And then taking bits and pieces of the observed behaviors and combining them in a way that more optimally accomplishes the task that you want. A very simple example that illustrates this is if you've seen data going from A to B and you've seen data going from B to C, you should be able to figure out that it is possible to go from A to C. But that's just the simplest example. In reality, this kind of stitching or combination can happen everywhere all at once. So if you see many suboptimal behaviors, if you take the most optimal pieces of each behavior in each place, you might get a much more optimal behavior overall. So RL is actually a very powerful tool for doing that. I won't go into the RL algorithms in this talk because I want to primarily focus on the robotics side of the problem. But if you want to read more about modern offline RL methods, most of them are based on some form of Q-function estimation. And these are a couple of papers that you could check out from my group. There are many other groups that have also worked on this problem, and there's a very rich modern literature on this. what I want to tell you about is how RL methods like this can enable us to use data with weaker assumptions. And remember, the whole point is that the weaker our assumptions, the more data we can bring in. So what I'll tell you about here is actually a project that we did at Google that was led by Yevgen Chebatar and Quan Bong called Q-Transformer. The history of this project is that actually in late 2022, we had an imitation learning project called RT1. And RT1 was really focused on imitation learning with language instructions, where we collected over 100,000 demonstrations with language annotations, and we trained a large transformer policy that could then perform fairly complex tasks in the real world. It could follow long-form instructions, break them up into steps, and then execute each of the steps with these language condition policies. However, this system was strongly reliant on good demonstration data. So we thought, well, okay, let's take 38,000 of these demonstrations and let's see if we can get a better policy by also leveraging some unsuccessful data. And the unsuccessful data in this case was collected by actually running the policy in hard environments. And just to keep things fair, we actually intentionally removed all of the successes. So we ran the policy autonomously, kept only the failures, and then we asked, can those failures actually help the policy get better? Of course, that's artificial. It's just a science experiment. If this was for real, we would have kept the successes too, but we wanted to keep it fair so that the only successes were in the demonstrations. The additional data only contains failures. So could we take those failures and get a better policy by leveraging offline RL? So the technique here that we developed was called Q-Transformer. It's a little subtle because RT1 used tokenized actions. So every dimension of the action was discretized and then outputted as a token. So we needed an RL procedure that could also handle this kind of discretization. The Q-Transformer discretization is actually a little bit unusual. It's a discrete action method where every dimension of every time step is treated as a separate step. So if the original task has t time steps, but each action is 5-dimensional, now you have 5 times t time steps in the resulting discretization. So every dimension is essentially a separate time step, and the Q-learning backups are performed across dimensions. But that's very convenient because now we can use discrete action Q-learning methods, which are very easy to implement for offline RL. The particular method here builds on conservative Q-learning, although a variety of discrete action offline RL techniques could be used. Here are some illustrations of the kinds of tasks that this method was trained on. So it used the full set of language condition behaviors in the RT1 setup. They were in 3 categories. It's not actually 3 tasks, just 3 categories. Within each category, there are many different tasks. So you can see how many tasks there are in this middle column. So the important number to look at is the average success rate at the bottom. And the important point of comparison here is RT1. So RT1, the 25%, that is the base imitation learning model that used only the successes. QT, the leftmost column, that's the RL method. And remember, the only additional data that was given to the RL method are the failed attempts. So no additional successes were given, and yet the success rate overall more than doubled from using reinforcement learning. So this really suggests that we can radically reduce our assumptions on the data if we use RL, because now we're no longer constrained to use only positive demonstrations. Now, what if we want to then go to a new task? What if we don't just want to do better on the task we've got? What if we want to fine-tune to a new task? Well, offline RL can actually also be used to make fine-tuning to a new task easier. This is actually an experiment that we did prior to Q-Transformer, and it was done at a smaller scale with a similar principle. So we used the first version of the bridge data set to train a multitask policy with offline RL, conditioned on a one-hot vector that indicates which task is being done. And that was a pre-training phase. And this is done with a CQL-based offline RL algorithm. And then this pre-trained policy can be used to fine-tune to a new task that's structurally similar, but perhaps it involves new objects in a new environment. And the fine-tuning process simply uses the last entry in the one-hot vector, which is reserved for pre-training specifically for the downstream task. And it also actually mixes some of the batches from the prior data and a little bit of data from the new task. The new task here is going to be specified with just 10 trials. So it's more or less a standard pre-training fine-tuning scheme where both the pre-training and the fine-tuning steps are done with offline RL. And this actually works very well. So we call this method PTR, pre-training for robots. The leftmost column here shows the success rate, the number of successes out of the number of trials on new downstream tasks that were not seen in the pre-training data. Now, of course, these tasks are structurally similar. So maybe the new task is to put the cucumber in the pot. The prior data might have the robot placing other objects in other containers in other environments. the interesting comparison for PTR, it's far from perfect, of course, but the interesting comparison is actually in the rightmost two columns. These are previously proposed computer vision methods for representation learning. So they use the same prior data as PTR, but they don't use it to learn policies, they use it to learn representations. R3M is a contrastive method that uses language. MAE is masked autoencoder, so they use an autoencoder reconstruction. And these are, at the time of this paper, these were actually state-of-the-art methods for learning representations for robotic tasks, at least according to the literature. And you can see that PTR does significantly better than these methods that perform only representation learning. So that suggests that actually learning those policies from the prior data is a lot better than simply learning visual representations. And the performance of the downstream policy does actually improve significantly as you make the backbone model larger and larger. So here on this plot, the y-axis is the average success rate in the downstream task after fine-tuning, and the x-axis is the size of the model. And you can see as the model increases, as the model size increases, the downstream performance becomes better. And we can also use this approach with online RL fine-tuning, where the additional trials are actually collected autonomously by the robot. So we can pre-train on bridge data with offline RL, and then we can run additional online RL, in this case to open a microwave door from a new position. The initial trials, the robot kind of has some idea what to do. It knows that it needs to reach for the handle because it's seen other door opening tasks, but it's not successful. And after some amount of fine-tuning, it starts to make progress. It can actually grasp the handle, and after some more training, it can actually open the handle. This takes a few hours, and the success rate, especially on the novel positions, can increase significantly from this additional online fine-tuning. So that's good. So we can pre-train with offline RL, we can fine-tune with offline RL from static data, and we can also fine-tune with online RL, where the robot collects its own experience. Okay. So now let's take it a step further. Let's talk about how we can actually leverage not just more weakly labeled robot data, but even data that doesn't come from robots at all. How we can use videos with RL procedures. So how should we think of video data when it comes to robotics? Well, robot data has to come from robots. Now, robot data sets can be a lot bigger than you think. The bridge data set has 60,000 demonstrations. Later on, I'll talk about how we get even more robot data, but still limited in size. And if we are able to scrape video data from the web, we should be able to get a lot more data. So basically, no matter how big our robot data sets can get, we can always get more data if we also scrape the web. The question, though, is what can we actually learn from those video data? Because the videos don't necessarily portray robots, and they're not as closely aligned with the domain that we want. And perhaps most importantly, they don't have actions or embodiment. So here's an example thought exercise about what we could learn from video data. If you observe a particular sequence in the video data, and you see that, and you see two states in that sequence, an orange state and a green state, you know that orange comes after green, right? So if you see a successfully baked cake and you see someone putting a cake in the oven, you know that baked cakes happen after you put something in the oven. But things get even more interesting if you see multiple trajectories where some states are similar. And they don't have to be visually similar, they can be semantically similar, as long as your model has the right representation to recognize that they're similar. So here, in this example, the green and the blue states are similar. And from that, we can actually infer something interesting. We can infer that the green state could lead to either the orange or the yellow state. Because the green and blue are similar, you can figure out that actually, as long as you have control over the environment, you actually have multiple different possible outcomes in the same situation. And that's actually a very powerful thing to learn. So more precisely, and this will reflect what we're actually going to be training, you can say at the green state, you will reach the yellow state if you try to reach the yellow state. Now that implies an assumption, it implies the assumption that different outcomes are due to the agent's own agency rather than random events. So it kind of assumes that the environment is deterministic. But that's kind of a reasonable assumption if you're mostly watching people doing things in single agent environments. So the key idea then will be to use videos to learn which outcomes can result from which states. Essentially, what options do you have if you are in a particular situation? And this turns out to be a great way to initialize value functions. Formally, this statement, at green, I will reach yellow if I try to reach yellow, is a kind of value function. You can actually represent it as a generalization of goal condition value functions, where you have the current state, the desired outcome denoted with S+, and your intention. What are you trying to achieve? So if your intention is impossible, of course, you won't achieve your intention, you'll achieve something else. You will also, in the course of carrying out your intention, achieve other things that happen on the way to your intention. If your intention is to have a fully baked cake, then a good intermediate state might be putting the cake in the oven. And these are things that you can learn from video data. Notice that the actions don't show up here. Essentially, the intention takes the place of the action. So we can adapt offline RL methods, in particular IQL, to train these kinds of intention condition value functions, as we call them. And those can actually provably serve as sufficient representations for all possible tasks, admittedly under very strong assumptions. Under more realistic assumptions, they heuristically serve as good initializations. So then the procedure that we can adopt, which we call VPTR, is in phase 1, train one of these intention condition value functions on video data. And the video data in this case is Ego4D. Then in phase 2, take the initialization from this value function and adapt it on robot data with the same method as in the previous project. And then in phase 3, when you have a small number of trials for this particular downstream task that you want, then fine-tune from there, and that should generalize better. So it's a 3-phase method: videos, broad robot data, and then narrow robot data. And you see how this creates a recipe for being able to leverage more and more sources of data. So here's an evaluation on a variety of downstream tasks. VPTR, again, is far from perfect, but it is the best performing method out of the bunch. Some interesting points of comparisons here on the right. The rightmost column is what happens if we skip phase 2, meaning we use videos and downstream trials, but no diverse robot data. The second column from the right is if we don't use videos. So if we use diverse robot data and downstream data, but no videos. And interestingly enough, the version that uses videos but does not use the diverse robot data is actually better. So that means that there's actually a lot of knowledge coming from those videos. Of course, if you use all 3 phases, then you get by far the best performance. You can also use this to train language condition policies. I won't go into this in too much detail, but it also works decently well. So this is a pretty good way to bring in diverse knowledge from a variety of data sources. Okay, so I covered a variety of methods, but in the last portion of the talk, what I want to discuss is how some of these ideas can be brought together to actually build models that are general purpose and that can be utilized not just in the domain in which they're trained, but can also be utilized by other researchers in other contexts. And I'll talk about 2 particular case studies here, one on robotic navigation and one on manipulation. So for manipulation, for navigation, my student Dhruv Shah has a long series of works with a number of collaborators that work towards building general purpose navigation models that bring in many of these ideas. So what we did is we assembled a diverse data set that consists of many different robots performing navigation tasks. There are actually 8 different data sets with 6 different platforms, and they range in size all the way from small-scale RC cars to full-scale ATVs. The training procedure on these data sets is actually very similar to the goal-conditioned policy procedure from before, with the caveat that we also give as input to the policy a little history of past observations, which you can use to figure out which robot is driving. So that context basically is used to identify the robot. The goal-conditioned policy is then combined with a number of different downstream techniques, like topological maps or random sub-goal generation, to actually perform large-scale navigation scenarios. So if you want a long horizon navigation scenario, the goal condition policy by itself is not good enough. You need to use something like topological graph, but the goal condition policy is what provides the core local navigation ability, the obstacle avoidance ability, and things like that. The interesting thing about models trained on this diverse multi-robot data set is that they can actually generalize to new robots that were not seen in training. For example, we never trained this model on drones, but it can actually fly drones through hallways in 0 shot. Now, the drone is pretending to be a car. It flies at a fixed altitude, but besides that, it has different physical parameters, different cameras, and so on. And the model will generalize because it was trained on a variety of different robotic platforms. So here's a collage of all the different types of systems that we tested the model on. You can see everything from indoor turtlebot style systems all the way to outdoor larger scale platforms, drones, and so on. Interestingly enough, because the model is trained on many robot platforms, it becomes more robust to physical damage. So here we put a rod into the tire, which changes the physics of the robot. If you try to naively use a standard policy designed for the single robot, after the damage, it can't go in a straight line because it's being perturbed. But if we use the multi-robot policy, it actually manages just fine because the robot with the damaged tire is just a different type of robot, and the policy generalizes to it. And here is that drone video again. So this again is in 0 shots. The model was never trained on drones, on any drone. Never mind this one. The drone is flying at a fixed altitude, so the control is only over heading and velocity, but otherwise it generalizes just fine in zero shot, and it can navigate around hallways. We've since scaled up this model to use a larger scale transformer architecture, a little bit similar to RT1. We call this model VINT, Visual Navigation Transformer. VINT can also control a variety of morphologies, including quadrupedal robots. Again, for the quadrupedal robot, it's not actually controlling the legs, it's just controlling the heading. The legs are handled by a separate controller. We can also fine-tune the visual navigation transformer with a modest amount of data to other kinds of task representations. So the model out of the box follows visual goals. What we could do is we could freeze the rest of the model and fine-tune the goal encoder for a different task modality, like, for example, turn-by-turn instructions for autonomous driving. The instructions might be turn left, turn right, go straight. All we do is we fine-tune the goal encoder to handle this new modality, and then we can get this model, for example, to be able to navigate in the carless simulator. Apologies, my video is frozen. Let me restart this really quick. Okay, there we go. So there's the Carla video. So it's a simple proof of concept. Of course, Carla is not the most realistic simulator in the world, but it's nice to see that a model trained on real data can then be fine-tuned to at least a simulated autonomous driving scenario with a different goal modality. We can also fine-tune from this multi-robot initialization with reinforcement learning. So this is a little bit similar to the RL examples from before. Now our goal is to get this little RC car to drive at high speed around a building. Now, out of the box, it's far from perfect because it's a new environment, it's a new vehicle. So it kind of has the right idea that it has to go in the right direction, but it bumps into walls a lot. But after about 15 minutes of training, it gets significantly better. Still has a few collisions, but is making more progress around the building. And after more training, it can actually pretty consistently drive all the way around the building. So let me fast forward the video a little bit there. Okay, so after 25 minutes, it actually does a pretty good job of racing around this building. And after this training period, it's actually comparable in speed to what the lead author on the paper could do driving the car manually using first-person images. So it actually gets pretty good performance. And those of you that have worked on image-based RL, you'll probably recognize that training a pixel-based policy in 25 minutes is actually very fast. So usually if you want to train a policy from scratch from pixels, it'll take you several hours, maybe even days. But because there's this very strong initialization that already basically understands how to avoid obstacles, just 25 minutes is enough to get it to good behavior. Here's another example for driving outdoors. Now there are checkpoints the vehicle has to hit on the grass. This is the initialization, so it's not very good at the beginning. But after training, it does a pretty good job of following the checkpoints. And there's an emergent behavior in between the checkpoints. It'll actually go in these paved areas. It can't stay on the paved areas forever because it has to hit the checkpoints, and the checkpoints are on the grass. But in between, it tries to stay on the paved areas because it figures out that it can go faster on them. And here's the first-person view for that. So we can take these multi-robot initializations, we can fine-tune with reinforcement learning. We can also release this model, and other people have actually used this model around the world. So we get contacted by people with some regularity every few months who tell us that they've deployed our model in a new setting. This is an example of somebody in Estonia who managed to get this model to control robots driving through the Estonian countryside. This is an example from Finland, driving on campus. This was part of a research project they did on some kind of semantic navigation strategy, but as part of it, they used this model. And this is a very recent example from Princeton on controlling drones, where they actually benchmark against our model without any fine-tuning, just out of the box. We've also run demos. We can take this model, we can run it on robots at conferences. That's a lot of fun. The model is not trained around people, so when there's a lot of people around, I think it must believe that the people are trees or something. There's a lot of forest data in the training data, but it still manages to avoid the people. So that's a pretty good sign. That means that we can actually run this in new settings. Other people can run it, which is also a very important milestone. Now that's for navigation. And of course, multi-robot training for navigation is a little bit easier because navigation tasks have a lot of commonality. They have a lot of shared structure. But more recently, we've explored multi-robot training in a large collaboration led by Huan Vong at Google and my postdoc Carl Perch, studying how multi-robot training can be enabled in manipulation settings. So we took many data sets, including the bridge data set, but many other data sets donated by folks around the world, to create RTX, which is a data set consisting of about 1 million robotic trajectories from 34 different research labs, 22 different kinds of robots, depicting 527 skills. So it's a very large, very heterogeneous data set. I could tell you about all sorts of statistics about this data set, but perhaps it would be more effective for me to simply show you examples, just to emphasize how diverse the data in RTX is. So these are just a few of the clips of the kinds of systems portrayed in this data set. They include different kinds of robots with different perspectives, different end effectors. I think the statistic of 22 embodiments actually doesn't tell the whole story, because even the same robot in two very different scenes with two very different cameras looks extremely different to the system. So it's a very heterogeneous data set. You can go to this URL in the lower right if you want to browse it on your own. But what was interesting to us is after we actually trained on this data set, and the training was simple imitation learning for now, the fancy RL stuff is yet to come, we could get effective policies in the individual source domains. So what you're seeing here is actually the same exact policy controlling 4 different robots. We tested it on 7 different robots. This is showing quantitative evals from 5 as well as the average. And surprisingly, we actually found that on average, the multi-robot policy was 50% better in terms of success rate than the best policy that each individual lab had for that robot. So the baseline here is actually whatever that lab was currently running locally, trained on their own data. And it's different from each lab. It was just whatever was their best thing. And this single policy, which we just sent to the individual labs and had them evaluate, was 50% better than that. So I think that's actually pretty exciting, because it shows that these multi-robot policies really do generalize better, and they really do have positive transfer. We also ran a much larger version of this policy, fine-tuned from a vision language model at Google, where we tested it on complex semantic instructions. These were intentionally selected to be out of distribution from the training set, so it had to use the knowledge in the vision language model to improve generalization. And there too, we found that the model trained on multi-robot data was significantly better on these more difficult out of distribution instructions than the base model that was trained on only data from Google. So RT2 is a model trained only on Google data. RT2X is the same exact model trained on all the data from all the other embodiments, but it's being tested on the Google robot, right? So insofar as this model is better, it's only through positive transfer from other robotic embodiments. And these are a few examples of the kinds of spatial reasoning tasks that we tested this on. So to conclude, we can imagine putting all the pieces I described together into a recipe for a robotic foundation model, where we take data from many different robots, train a large general purpose model with some kind of self-supervised objective like goal condition policies or some of these offline RL ideas. A good choice is to predict actions and temporal distances, which is essentially actor and critic. And that can be trained with RL or it can be trained with supervised learning. Both are good choices. And then adapt that model to downstream tasks, maybe in zero shot to new robots, or in few shot, adapted to new modalities, or maybe adapted with RL if you want high performance, or utilized for things like downstream instruction following with some kind of adapter mechanism to enable it to understand language like generative models or joint vision language embeddings. I think there's a lot more left to be done, of course, because so far we've put together some of the pieces, but not all of them. In particular, the RL piece could contribute a lot more to this in the future. But I think this has is a very promising signal in terms of the potential for these types of models. I'd like to thank the students that carried out much of this research, as well as my colleagues at Google. I'd like to thank you for listening, and I'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you, Professor Levine. Really enjoyed your talk. Very inspiring. So let's start with Q&A sessions. We do have a few questions. Let's start with Professor Parks. How about Q2?
Should I read them from the chat, or is someone going to?
I can read. You focused on how offline RL and pre-training of large models enhance generalizability. Could you also discuss the potential of this method in boosting the system's agility or efficiency?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that that's definitely something that should be explored more. I mean, certainly classically reinforcement learning, online reinforcement learning is often considered a great tool for improving agility and dexterity. A lot of the classic work from folks like Stefan Schall and Jan Peters has really emphasized that point. I think we could see the same with modern techniques. Certainly online RL methods, we've used them extensively for that, for things like quadrupedal locomotion. I think the really interesting frontier of that is the degree to which prior data can be brought in to accelerate the acquisition of high-performance skills. We had a little bit of that in the driving scenario that I showed, where the little RC car was learning to drive a course at higher speed using initialization from offline training. But I think there's potential for a lot more than that. And we have some initial results on that. We have, for example, some results on dexterous manipulation, where we can learn policies from multi-fingered hands, initializing with data from other objects. But I think there's a lot more to be done. And in particular, I think there's a lot more that can be extracted from offline data for boosting things like exploration to get very rapid acquisition of high performance skills. So I think we'll see a lot of that in the next few years.
All right. Myself has a couple of questions. So it seems that, so I am quite interested in sort of algorithm architecture, meaning that as a learning robotist, you showed a lot of the learning aspect, methods, and so forth. But one of the thing I am very still ongoing thoughts is, what is the proper problem formulation, meaning that should it go with end to end, perception to all the way to policy, or end to end for decision and policy? So what's your thought on that? Your presentation, it seems it's end to end. Wasn't clear.
Yeah, so in most of the robotic manipulation examples that I mentioned, the output of the model is a end effector command. So it's a vector in Cartesian space with a translation and rotation component, as well as a gripper opening and closing command. I don't think that choice is actually all that delicate. In fact, one of the things we're experimenting now is models that can handle different kinds of action spaces. I think the important thing is for the model to have enough control authority that it can essentially figure out how to accomplish whatever task is being tasked with accomplishing. End effector control is convenient mostly because it makes it easy to coerce different platforms into the same representation, but I don't think it's by any means necessary. It's just if you had robots with very heterogeneous action spaces, you probably need more data of different platforms to generalize across action representations. Now, there is a different question, which is the degree to which prior knowledge built into the design of the underlying robot controller can be helpful or harmful to the learned policy. And that's actually a very complex question that's extremely situational. So you can get into situations where a very nicely built, compliant controller can really help with physically nuanced tasks. You can also get into a situation where the controller really gets in the way, and it's actually harder for a learned policy to control it. My own take on this is that, and this is, I think, I'll acknowledge this is controversial, but my own take on it is that if we have the right data sets and we have enough data of these systems, it probably will not be all that important how the low-level control is actually done, as long as it's done in some sensible way that is not too impossible to learn. We've done torque control before, we can make it work. We've done end effector control and stuff in between. So yeah, that's my answer.
Okay. Thank you so much for your answer. Do we have any questions? There is one more question from the audience. So let me read it for you. Ignoring legal problems, is it a good idea to leverage large quantity of videos from YouTube to train a huge foundational model? If not, is a global effort to make a large data set like Ego 4D our only choice?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think in the domain of robotics, the first thing we should probably ask is like the degree to which we expect videos alone to be helpful. Now, videos are great, but at the same time, imagine that you needed to learn how to play tennis. Well, if you watch lots of videos of people playing tennis, you will learn something. But I doubt that anybody could become a competent tennis player from only watching tennis videos and then picking up a tennis racket. So it's clear that videos have a lot of very valuable information. And the great thing about videos is they are available at scale. Harvesting YouTube is a perfectly viable option. using existing data sets is a viable option too. I mean, there are, Eagle 4D and things like that have their limitations. They're far from perfect. But I don't doubt that it's possible to get good video data sets. What becomes delicate is the degree to which those video data sets actually provide the knowledge you need and how to interface that knowledge most appropriately with robot data, because I very much doubt that video data alone could actually get us what we want. But video data in combination with the right robot data could be tremendously powerful. And then the key question is how to make them interface properly. And I think that some of the ideas I presented could provide us with some thoughts on that. For example, if we use video data not just for extracting good visual representations, but for extracting understanding of cause and effect, understanding that certain things lead to certain outcomes and other things don't, that seems much more actionable than just visual representation. So I think there's a lot of room for interesting research there.
Okay, time is up. Thank you so much for your talk, Professor Levine. Let's give him a big hand.
Thank you all for listening.
All right, let's move on to the next talk. So next talk is going to be the last talk of the morning session. The title of the talk is Balancing Excellence and Practicality in Autonomous Vehicle Perception by Dr. Minwoo Park from NVIDIA. Dr. Park, could you? Yep.
Okay, can you guys see my screen properly?
Yep.
Okay. Thanks for the introduction. Okay, so today I am very delighted to participate in the e-Symposium today. And today's presentation is all about finding the sweet spot between excellence and practicality in perception for autonomous vehicle. It's a journey of innovation and meeting real-world feasibility. So let's jump right in and explore how we are navigating this balance in the exciting world of AV perception. All right. Assisted driving is now a standard feature in most vehicles, and efforts to develop L2++ autonomous driving are gaining its momentum. However, the technology is not fully mature, and numerous research challenges still need addressing. The ultimate goal is to deploy this technology in mass-produced vehicles, which demands careful consideration of factors such as robustness, safety, production cost, maintenance cost, energy consumption, scalability, and time to market. So tensions between researchers and engineers are particularly pronounced in this field, given their differing priorities and approaches and the innate nature of being AV problem is quite difficult. Researchers focus on advancing the technology and exploring the limits of what is possible, while engineers prioritize practical, cost-effective, and safe implementation for widespread use. So finding a balance between these competing demands is crucial for the success of the autonomous vehicle system. Having walked this path and still actively engaged as of today, I've experienced the tension between the desire for cutting-edge technology and the need for practical, robust solutions. In my talk, I will share a few examples of such conflicts and how we navigated them to create robust AV systems that are both advanced and accessible to the masses. While there may not be a one-size-fits solution, through my perspective, I hope to provide some insight on how to strike a balance between innovation and practicality in your product. Before we dive into these conflicts, let me briefly talk about why perception is important for autonomous driving. Safe navigation. Autonomous vehicles navigate complex environment, detecting obstacles and pedestrians for safe decision-making and collision avoidance. Informed decision-making. Accurate perception enables real-time decision, including interpreting traffic signs, anticipating other road users, and responding to challenging conditions. Adhering to traffic laws is crucial for safe autonomous driving operation. Understanding the environment ensures compliance and reduces accident risk. Autonomous vehicles must adapt to dynamic and road environments, considering factors like weather and traffic conditions for safe operation. Accurate perception helps detect pedestrians and cyclists, ensuring their safety and promoting a secure coexistence on the road. Understanding surrounding helps efficient route planning, optimizing paths for smoother traffic flow and reduce the travel time. In summary, a comprehensive understanding of the surrounding world is foundational for the safe, efficient, and law-abiding operation of autonomous vehicle. It empowers them to navigate complexities and adapt to changes for enhanced safety and reliability. But naturally, this is a very hard problem. And that's probably why even there are so many promises in the street, still like fully autonomous vehicle is not ready here as of today. As can be seen on the right figure, I am briefly introducing NVIDIA's production sensor suite. So gray FOV indicate the range and the range of FOV of the camera system. And the green colors are indicating the FOV and range of the radar. And then front grille, the purple color indicate the front grille mounted LiDAR. Why we have this redundancy? Why we have so many sensors? It is all about safety and redundancy. But because we have so many sensors, there are so much compute is necessary to have a successful perception and planning system. To build some more context for the classes and complex and different opinions that I'm going to introduce from my examples, let's look at typical deep neural net development cycle. So modern perception development for AV is driven by data. Data is the king. In this diagram, given new signal need in the left side of diagram, we collect data and generate ground truth. The training of the network is facilitated by using highly parallel NVIDIA GPUs, and successes and failures are measured. And in case of failures, we collect similar data with ground truth, repeating the process until failures are eliminated. As the data pool expands, as this data loop is continuous, long tail problems emerges, triggering us to repeat this iterative process. The extension of new signals undergoes the same rigorous procedure. Therefore, efficient production of high-quality ground truth at scale and repeating this process efficiently is the key to the success of perception development. And probably not only this applies to the perception system, but also it will be applied to overall data-driven system. Having understood this, I will talk about classes we had on data collection and ground truth generation to begin with. For perception DNN development, deep neural net development, the significance of data and ground truth cannot be overstated. Mass production vehicles typically rely on combination of cameras, radars, and ultrasonic sensors to navigate their surroundings effectively. The overarching objective of the perception stack, incorporating these sensors, is to gain a comprehensive understanding of the surrounding world in 3 dimensions. While cameras are widely used, it is important to note that they are not inherently 3D sensors. Radar, although a valuable sensor, has limitations such as a very poor vertical resolution and struggles with stationary targets. Ultrasonic sensor, being a 1D sensor with a limited range, is not good at lateral positioning. To address these challenges, a consistent method of obtaining ground truth for perception development is essential. Human intelligence plays a pivotal role in annotating crucial elements like traffic light and signs, and road markings, paint markers, and semantics. However, when it comes to providing precise 3D information, human may fall short. As can be seen in this image on the left, just by looking at the image itself, we cannot hardly tell whether the distance of this white band is 20 meter or 30 meters, depending on the focal length. The answer would varies quite a lot. But as a human, using the human intelligence, we can say that this is white band and like potentially four-wheel drive. And then there's a traffic sign and complicated traffic light and so on and so forth. We can use our human intelligence to annotate such a thing. But when it comes to 3D, humans are really bad at those. This is where the incorporation of LiDAR sensors becomes indispensable. Recognizing the need for holistic approach, data collection vehicles are constructed with an ensemble of sensors, including cameras, radar, ultrasonic sensor, and LiDAR. And this comprehensive setup allows for the collection of real-world data, facilitating the robust development of perception systems for autonomous vehicles. At the end of the day, we want to make sure that our perception system provide precise estimation of 3D location of each obstacles, their physical dynamics, and so on and so forth. In the preparation of data collection vehicles, calibration of each sensor is crucial. This includes LiDAR, camera, radar, ultrasonic sensor, IMU, and other sensors altogether. Even when individual sensors are calibrated, cross-calibration of all sensors is necessary to achieve high-quality sensor-to-sensor alignment. As shown in this example, misalignments are evident, particularly in structures located far away from the sensors. This highlights the importance of precise calibration. In the left image, LiDAR points clouds projected to camera view exhibit vertical and horizontal misalignment, as seen in the construction variable messaging sign. In the right image, projected points corresponding to the stop sign board, poles, and a street lamp have misalignment. But I want to emphasize that the cross-camera calibration, cross-sensor calibration is very, very important because noisy data is often interfere with the data-driven development. Okay, now here is the first example of clash due to the strong productization push. As the project started a few years back, we wanted to make sure we can collect data to reflect real-world user profile statistics. This is very important because we need to ensure that our algorithm and models are trained on data that accurately represents the diversity of users and environments that our system will encounter in the real world. As mentioned in the previous slide, the data collection vehicle is equipped with a large number of sensors. In our case, 12 4 mega to 8 megapixel cameras, 8 radars, and 12 ultrasonic sensors, IMU, and GPUs, and other sensors. Building and maintaining such vehicles in large volumes is a very challenging task. When we build the vehicle, we are going into the first winter out of 2 winters before the productization of the entire perception stack. So open safety engineer says that we need at least 2 seasons of winters to have a proper safety data. So we are following that rule. But as soon as we build the data, the first winter is coming up. So there's a strong push toward this. We need to start data collection right away. But the cross-calibration process and tools were not ready. We just built the vehicles, but we didn't have a time to actually verify our calibration is good, whether we have a cross-calibration tool. Everything is in parallel in the process of making its way. So people with no say that robust automatic cross-sensor calibration in theory is possible, but it's really hard in practice. And when you talk about like tens and hundreds of data collection vehicle, maintenance of that is crazy. And we need to build a proof of concept to measure the expected quality first. Otherwise, we will waste operation and money. And then the other side, the flip side, people will say, we cannot miss the first winter out of the 2 winters. We will miss the window. We will not have enough safety data to validate our perception stack. Overall the AV stack is safe or not. So we cannot solve, we cannot solve time problem, but we should be able to solve calibration problem. And post-calibration is needed anyway, because sensors are moving over time. Sensor can change because of the vibration, something could happen. So this kind of post-calibration is necessary anyway. So why don't we just start and initiate the data collection right away, not to miss the first winter season? And people also come up with an engineering solution. Maybe we can do manual calibration after the data is collected. Since we cannot control time, we decided to collect the data right away. So here's a pros. So obviously, we didn't miss the first winter. And the perception, deep learning teams can get the data right away, even though it is initially not calibrated. The downside was, it turns out that the algorithmic implementation of automatic post-calibration is very hard, as some people expected. There are great paper out there, but implementing into the right production setting to make sure that it is working robustly without human intervention is a very challenging problem. And manual calibration requires a lot of human labor and resources too. Let's take a closer look at the challenges and consequences due to our decision. During a specific phase of our project, we were collecting 1 to 2 hour long session for 1,000 sessions each day. Here's a catch. Human labelers had to manually click corresponding points between each camera and LiDAR points 12 times for a subset of these collected sessions. It is very time-consuming problem and could be error-prone too. So because of these difficulties and challenges, as we enter the Q2 2022, the manual calibration throughput lagged behind the pace of data collection, resulting in a growing backlog of uncalibrated sessions. This situation prompted on all hands on the deck response from the perception team. And we brought together our top researchers and engineers to address this issue. And this brings us to the second clash in our journey. Most of the cameras used in AV is rolling shutter cameras because of the following reasons. They are generally less expensive to manufacture than global shutter cameras, making them more attractive for use in consumer products. Another reason is that rolling shutter cameras are typically smaller and lighter than global shutter cameras, making them easier to integrate into compact devices such as smartphones and action cameras and rear view mirrors. Finally, rolling shutter cameras can offer higher frame rates than global shutter cameras, which can be beneficial for low latency application. While global shutter cameras have some advantages over rolling shutter cameras, such as reduced motion blur and better performance in low light conditions, the trade-off is in cost, size, and frame rate often make rolling shutter cameras the more practical choice for many commercial applications. All right, enough introduction for the rolling shutter cameras. Let's dive into some crucial consideration for our project. First up, the question of rolling shutter. Do we really need to factor this in our calibration process? On one hand, some might argue, no, let's keep it simple. Why complicate the pipelines? I used to be doing the corner detection without and matching without considering rolling shutters and global shutter. But on the other hand, we cannot afford to ignore the laws of physics. So yes, it matters, and we cannot simply skip it. In our project, actually, it turns out to be it mattered a lot because camera frame rate is higher and the LiDAR frame than the LiDAR frame rate, and then LiDAR frame rate is quite low. And this modeling of the rolling shutter in our calibration process actually ensured high quality calibration result. Now let's look at image on the right. Nighttime scene has a lot of motion blur and visual feature points are not found easily. Do we need to make sure calibration works all the time, even in this case? Here we face a choice. Some might say, no, the return on investment isn't great, and we can engineer a solution to overcome any hiccups. However, on the affirmative side, the other side, a consistent and reliable calibration is undeniably beneficial, and we might even strive for the world's best solution in this regard. In essence, we are navigating through these decisions, weighing the pros and cons. It's a delicate dance between simplicity and the laws of physics, between engineering solution and the pursuit of excellence. In our case, outcome, calibration cannot change suddenly without some physical event, such as accidents. And finding out calibration is not right is much easier problem than calibrate accurately all the time. So we chose the other path. So we pursue the engineering solution to deal with this problem. Automatically, we are finding good sessions collected from each data collection vehicle and perform regular automatic calibration. So let's keep this kind of consideration in mind as we progress through our project journey. And then as I introduced in the earlier slide, so there is no answer that's gonna work for every environment. Every environment production setting is different. So we need to apply these principles differently to our own applications. Okay, so then I'm gonna introduce a little bit about our automatic calibration process. If we just talk about complex, maybe it's not as exciting as technical solution. So I'm gonna introduce a little bit about our solution. So let's dive into the technical intricacies of our post-data collection auto-calibration process. If you are eager for more in-depth insight, I encourage you to explore our 2023 ICRA paper. I will leave a message later time with a correct title of the paper. In summary, on the left side, world is our calibration target. We don't need a specific calibration board. Our method relies solely on image feature correspondences between camera frames, grounded in a relatively mild assumption, which cannot be easily broken, that these image features are locally planar. And we devised an optimization problem that minimizes a geometric loss function, capturing the idea that corresponding image features represent views of the same point on a locally planar surface reconstructed from LiDAR scans. By doing so, we effectively eliminate structure estimation problem from the optimization problem. In per-camera pre-processing phase, our monocular structure from motion is employed to align each camera with the LiDAR data. Subsequently, multi-camera feature correspondences are collaboratively used with the per-camera constraints to refine the alignment of all cameras with the LiDAR. Now, shifting our focus to the right side of the slide, observe the back-projected image rays before and after. Post-calibration, these rays converges to a point on a planar surface within the LiDAR map. It's a transformative calibration process that brings precision and coherence to the alignment between cameras and LiDAR in our autonomous driving system. Here are more examples of the calibrations. Even in the thin structure, as can be seen in this figure, such as electric cable is well aligned. And on the right side, moving picture is about how the rays are actually converted and then matched to the LiDAR. And vertical and horizontal alignment sometimes before the calibration is really bad because we are using nominal calibration from the factory. So meaning like every sensor is shipped with factory calibrated intrinsic parameters, and sometimes that has some errors. And the extrinsic parameter, the mounting angle, locations relative to the vehicle, sometimes it is there's high errors. And all of those considered together and the different frame rate. So we have this misalignment before the calibration. Now we have pretty good calibration. So all this sounds great in a subjective manner and qualitative manner. Then what does it mean to the actual production? Let's talk about that. So now let's look at the outcome more closely. Through the complete process automation, we've not only achieved an impressive success rate of over 95%, but also realized an astounding savings of 5,000 hours of human labor every day. So this is a lot of money. The efficiencies gained are tangible, and it is an understatement just to say that. And as of Q3 2022, all backlogs have been successfully cleared, resulting in significant cost saving for our operations. And then this is fully running, and then we have a bunch of data, and then statistically, the error rate and everything is very, very significant. So now let's shift our focus to the downstream development activities, specifically perception, deep learning development. The driving force behind perception development is data. During my talk, I emphasized how important data is. So data is really the king. When presented with a camera input data and ground truth, and I use a camera as an example, but since the radar and ultrasonic sensor LiDAR could be one of such example. Our initial step involves applying image signal processing algorithm. This process transforms raw image signal into RGB or YUB, optionally incorporating rectification and cropping and downsampling to prepare the input data. Following this, we set the initial values for the neural network's parameters. The choice of neural network structure is crucial, dictating how these parameters are utilized to generate output. Decision must be made regarding the number of neurons, number of depths and structures, and the behavior of the neurons. Next, we compare the output and encoded the ground truth to compute the differences. Parameters are then adjusted to align the output more closely with the encoded ground truth. It's worth noting that we don't use ground truth labeling as is. It needs encoding and for efficient training. It's one paradigm, but the recent paradigm shift is that do we really need to do that? And then many evidence suggests that we don't need to do that. So it is another opportunity for the clashes. But anyway, this iterative process continues until the loss is minimized. The output is then decoded through the inverse process of ground truth encoding. Post-processing steps ranging from complex dynamic programming to minimal filtering applied to generate perception signals. However, the significant role of post-processing introduces challenges to purely data-driven optimization, prompting us to explore alternative strategies. In our development journey, a pivotal focus has been on minimizing the reliance on post-processing. This strategic effort aims to foster fully learnable, data-driven optimization within our perception system. Can we add more signals so that the image backbone can share weights for the better efficiencies? There are proponents of this. There are people are against on this one as well. Can we even strive to minimize the role of pre-processing? Can we incorporate image signal processing to make it learnable entirely? That's a valid question. Also, can you make the multi-sensor fusion entirely learnable? Is it possible? Can you make system end-to-end learnable? I think this is related one of the last question in the previous talk as well. So can you make the system end-to-end learnable from sensor to the control signal? Can you need to do that or not? What should we do? Okay, question number 3. With this background, I'm gonna dive into some of the aspects that I just discussed. First question is, do we need to do multitask network? During my Tesla days and early NVIDIA days, I initially advocated for it. But opinions have oscillated based on back and forth real-world production dynamics over the years. At one time, I really liked an idea. I wanted to do that, actually productize it during my Tesla days for the first 8-camera system for the Tesla. And then I wanted to do that in NVIDIA as well. But later on, my perspective changed quite significantly too. And then fast forward, as of today, my opinion also changes again. So this is a really, really difficult question to answer. Those in favor argue that a multitask network can efficiently share the backbone, optimizing runtime performance. This opens avenues to allocate, save the computational resources for experimenting with superior or innovative DNN architectures, ultimately enhancing accuracy. But on the flip side, skeptics pose valid concerns. People leaning toward saying no express concern that potential pitfalls in the release process. How can we guarantee that training a new DNN genuinely improve all tasks? Like we have this many tasks. Imagine that we have many tasks. If we try to improve one task, how can we guarantee that other task is not regressed? How can we make sure that all signals are improved with a new training? What if a failure event impacts only one task, as in this diagram? Advocates comes with a solution that redundant head can be developed, and deploy mode to verify the fix. But the flip side, then other people say, what if the unshared learnable parameters from the DNN layers prove insufficient due to limited capacity available for this head? This debate encapsulates the complex decision-making we face in the evolving landscape of innovation and productization. Over the years, there has been a notable shift in the number of cameras integrated into the mass-produced vehicles. Today, nearly all vehicles boast at least 1 or 2 cameras, front and rear camera. And then the regulation becomes more tighter and tighter. Without having speed limit recognition system, you cannot even sell the car in near future. So like camera becomes essential for every the vehicle in a different price ranges. While mid to high-end vehicles are equipped with a more extensive range, typically featuring 5 to 7 cameras. For instance, top view parking system necessitate minimum of 4 cameras. This rapid evolution in camera landscape underscores the urgency for swift perception development and innovation. Leveraging existing single camera perception systems, many have explored analytical camera fusion as a means to deduplicate and enhance object observation from multiple cameras. However, this gives rise to compelling clash between analytical camera fusion versus ML machine-learned camera fusion. Proponents of ML fusion argue that the future scalability investments are crucial. They emphasize the need to shift towards more and end-to-end training for data-driven development. Optimizing analytical solution for multi-camera fusion whenever DNN changes poses non-trivial challenges. On the other hand, skeptics say that we are on the verge of productizing a single camera-based perception system. Their approach advocates for shipping it first with analytical solution. They argue that investing in a new technology carries inherent risk and extend the timeline for the productization. The clash persists, encapsulating the delicate balance between adopting cutting-edge ML solution and the programmatic consideration of immediate product deployment. Here is our machine learned multi-camera fusion, in short ML-MCF, results on highway and urban driving and parking. So at the end of the day, we are also have a lots of pressure on the productization. We decide to invest on this. So range is up to 200 meters. And then in the highway scene, urban scene, like full 3D, the 3D cuboid estimation, free space boundary estimation is done by this multi-camera fusion network. And then not only we are using this network for the driving, but also we are using this for the parking scenario. Because we are not doing any flat world assumption, while flat world assumption based the top view stitching is widely changing because of when the car is moving over the speed bump, but our 3D perception is precise. Okay, then what about ML-based multi-sensor fusion? In short, ML-MSF. Advocates emphasize the following. ML-MSF opens the gateway to comprehensive end-to-end data-driven optimization, providing a holistic approach for superior system performance. By adopting machine-learned multi-sensor fusion, we position ourselves at the forefront of innovation as the first ML fusion solution for real-world parking applications, incorporating radar, surrounding cameras, and ultrasonic sensor. Choosing ML-MSF simplifies the development process, offering a clear path from input data to the final signal through the power of machine learning. The productization experience gained from parking application can seamlessly extend to more complex scenarios, such as urban and highway driving, showcasing the adaptability of machine-learned multi-sensor fusion. But on the other hand, skeptics express concern about the difficulty in handling corner cases, acknowledging that addressing these scenarios might pose challenges requiring time and resources for the resolution, because everything has to be machine learned and the retraining involved. Whereas analytical solution, you can easily go into the code and then try to fix here and there quickly. The long tail problem presents a challenge due to potential data shortage issues, making data-driven optimization for this scenario more intricate. Those leaning toward no advocates the simplicity of off-the-shelf solutions. There are already parking solutions out there. Can you just use that? And then shall we not invest our time on this old technology? We can reduce our risk significantly. But we decide to invest on machine-learned multi-sensor fusion for parking, and this video shows outcome of it. So as can be seen here, this is a radar feature. When car is moving, there's a good, strong radar signal. But when the ego vehicle is stationary, suddenly all the responses are gone like this. And then this is ultrasonic features. We got the low 1D envelope data and accumulate the different time, and then we project it to the top view 3D space, and then front fisheye, rear fisheyes, and then this is estimated height from these three different sensor modalities. And then ML-MCF that was introduced in the previous slide is also predicting all the vehicles on the parking space. Okay, so in summary, finding the perfect balance between tech purists and production enthusiasts remains an ongoing challenge without one size fits all answer. So there's no clear answer that will work all the time. However, two guiding principles can help striking the right balance between the two. First, completing the pipeline is crucial for the productization. Second, avoid boiling the ocean is very important. So completing the pipeline ensures the entire pipeline is completed and provides a holistic view of the product and its various components. And we can all easily find all the issues early on so that we can prepare. And then avoiding boiling the ocean, let us focus on task prioritization. Emphasize the importance of task prioritization to keep the team concentrated on the most critical aspects. This helps in avoiding getting entangled in unnecessary details that can impede progress. It's time for yet another clash, and here is a question for you. Should we do sensor to planning end to end? If you or you know who are passionate about AV, there are opportunities to find the answers to this question together. We are hiring researchers and engineers in Korea as well. And I happen to be in Korea right now to interview candidates and test our vehicle in Seoul and Gangwon-do. So thanks for listening my talk. And if you have any question, please DM me. I know that I used up almost all time today. So send me a message through the LinkedIn and email. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the talk. Very interesting. I didn't see many presentations from NVIDIA, but so now I see it. So we do have a couple of questions. So first question is, can you automate the calibration using radar point clouds?
Yes.
Again.
Yeah. Yes. So short answer is yes.
Okay.
And then the radar point is really good for the ego motion IMU calibration as well. Just to give you some more information at a very high level. Not only the calibration, it is really good for the ego motion calibration as well.
I see. And then there's another one. Does NVIDIA have any plans regarding multi-sensor, learning-based multi-sensor calibration?
Yeah, so I think there are many researches going on at NVIDIA. And in the production line, we always be very careful. Until proven, there's nothing. So, I mean, paper and research ideas in a small data set, it is a really good outcome. And then we try to replicate, implement that in our production system. But at the end of the day, until it cannot be proven in our production system, we cannot take it over. But as far as I know, lots of numerous efforts is going on.
I have a question. I'm a professor at Yonghwa Park. So I'm questioning about the collaboration with the LiDAR company. Okay, I heard from some news that you collaborate with some LiDAR company to apply the commercial product to the major car companies. So can you tell me more on this? What LiDAR company and what the major autonomous vehicle company, something like that?
So I think that question shouldn't be addressed by me. So I politely ask you that you reach out to our business department to get that answer.
Okay, thank you for your the expecting answer.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No problem. Thank you.
All right, I have a question, Self. So you mentioned about a lot of practical issues that arises when you deploy algorithms, models. But I also wonder, what kind of work and future work you're also involved. So for instance, what if target vehicle changes? What if what is there anything you do on data distribution research? So active learning and so forth.
So it's a very good question. So I think the generalization of our stack is a very important topic. As you can see, one OEM manufacturer, there are so many different car lines, SUV to the regular passenger vehicle to the sports car. So camera mounting position and height varies a lot. So that adaptation to the different car lines is one of the hot topic. And of course, we are always trying to make our system more robust. And how we do is basically from the machine learned multi-camera fusion, we always use the extrinsic and intrinsic parameter as a parameter to the network so that we don't learn the specific views for specific vehicles. We want to decouple that as much as possible. So that gains us the quiet, the robustness against the sensor mounting angle differences. And of course, we have a synthetic data generation. So we always evaluate the perception specification by having really good simulation data. And then also at the same time, we are using such data to robustify our system as well.
And then the second question was, is there techniques you apply to improve data distribution?
Oh, so yes. I think again, this will not solve every problem, but one of the technique that we are using in practice is the synthetic data generation, as well as synthetic data generation from the fully synthetic data and augmented synthetic data. So first, fully synthetic data is we use Omniverse, NVIDIA product. The photorealism of that the synthetic simulation engine is really, really good. So in our experiment, the real data, the synthetic data is actually useful to fixing the long tail issues because we can imitate that long tail issue as we find it. So that's the way of we are boosting the long tail distribution a little bit by using the synthetic data. And augmented reality data is where given real imaging, we can safely inject some of the active object into the imaging while tracing all the rays. So we in our the camera system, we know how to trace the where the suns are and then where the ray bouncing would be like, so that our injection into that simulation asset into the real image is seamless and then consistent with all the physics. So those two techniques we are using many times to alter the distribution of the data.
Okay. Well, I have many more questions, but time is up, so we'll have to wrap up the morning session. Thank you so much, Dr. Minwoo Park. Let's give him a big hand.
Thank you.
So, so this concludes the morning session. So we are going to have lunch from 12:30 to 2 p.m. So we have about hour and a half. I'll meet all of you back here on at about 2 p.m. This space, this Zoom office will be open, so you can leave logged in and have lunch. And then we'll start the afternoon session at 2. Okay, thank you for participation, and I'll see you back at 2 p.m. Good afternoon. Welcome back. It's almost 2 p.m. We're gonna wait for another minute and then we'll get started. All right. Good afternoon. So today I have been chairing today's session, but I'll be also presenting. So next next speaker is myself. The title of the talk is Towards Globally Scalable Autonomous Driving. My name is Dong-Seok Kim. I'm affiliated with KAIST, Graduate School of Mobility. So let me get started. Can everybody see my screen? Yes? No?
잘 보입니다. 잘 보입니다.
All right.
We can hear you.
Yes. Everything
All right.
okay?
Okay. Good. So let me get started. As I mentioned, the title of the talk is Towards Globally Scalable Autonomous Driving. So in our field, this has been one of the key topic that many researchers are starting to investigate. The outline goes as follows. I'm going to share some of the challenges we have in globally deploying autonomous vehicles. The way I see it is there are three major challenges: scalable perception, map update, negotiation with human drivers. So scalable perception is directly dealing with the perception problem. And then the second is dealing with the mapping and localization problems, but scalable sense. And then the third is dealing with the decision and planning algorithms. And then I'm going to share some of the recent works we have been working on over the last few years or so. I prepared 5 topics, but this presentation was originally prepared for 1 hour talk, so I will try to move fast, and maybe I will have to jump around. Please understand. All right, challenge. All right, imagine imagine you're either say CEO or engineer, researcher in autonomous driving startup or company. Initially, you will probably collect data and come up with, try to come up with proof of concept. So you collect data, you do the, post processing, calibration, and so forth, and then you label it, and then you learn you train the model and you deploy, and then show that it works, the concept works. But then right as soon as you do that, you will have to start worrying about how to make this scalable, meaning that deploying in different regions worldwide, because the algorithms needs to be able to work in very different environments. So you will have to expand towards United States, Italy, China, India, the list goes on. So to help you visualize what it's like to what the environment is like for different countries, you are looking at the environment for Korea. And can you guys guess? This is San Francisco. This is Rome in Italy. And this is China. And as you can see, the environment is quite different. And when it comes to data and AI-driven softwares and algorithms, we have to go through this data pipeline and training pipeline. And it starts with it goes like this for autonomous vehicles or many robotic systems. So we have to build a vehicle with sensors to collect data, and then you are going to select data that will probably useful and ensure some diversity. And then you're going to so you need to first store data, and then you are going to select subset of that the entire data pool for labeling purposes, and then you are going to label it, and then you are going to use it for training the model. But oftentimes this requires human efforts when it comes to selecting data and annotating data. And this is more so for many robotic systems, including autonomous vehicles, because it's actually dealing with real world data with 3D or 4D environment. But this makes the whole problem challenging. So like I mentioned earlier, I have 3 challenges listing here: scalable perception, map update, negotiation with human drivers, and I'll go one by one. So first, let's talk about perception here. Camera radar fusion. This work focuses more on the moving object detection, 3D object detection. The challenge is that we would like to have low-cost perception solution. And for autonomous vehicles, there are usually 3 main sensors: camera, radar, lidar, and of course there's ultrasonic sensor, but it has a very low resolution as well as very limited range, so it's not suitable for perception, but for parking purposes it works. And each sensor has strength and weaknesses, and as you can see here, lidar is it gives you very good accuracy because you're scanning laser pointer with multiple channels, and you can scan the 3D space, but it's not perfect. Cost, classification, maintenance, durability tends to suffer. Whereas camera radar is good at that, such as cost, classification, weather sensitivity, maintenance, durability are good. But camera, when it comes to performance, camera is not so great for longitudinal, meaning that the distance estimation part, and then radar is not very good at, especially automotive radar is not very good at estimating lateral position, angular position. So but as you can see, camera and radar are quite complementary. So if you're seeking for low cost perception solution, then camera radar fusion makes very sense. And there are two different approaches when it comes to perception, when it comes to autonomous driving. And I'd like to make sure that everybody is on the same pace, same level of understanding. So in this talk, we are focusing more on the Tesla solution, meaning that Waymo's approach is that their business model is mobility solution. So complete, full level 5 autonomy without a driver in the car. Whereas Tesla's approach is more of a driver assistance systems. So low for mass production vehicles. So it needs to be low cost perception. And the mounting looks also is another key attribute. So in this talk, we're going to focus more on the mass production perception. So if you now, for low cost, like I said, camera is absolutely necessary. It has a lot of information, but when it comes to distance, there's no depth information is lost on 2D image. So how to estimate the depth, the distance is the key to camera-based perception. And that's where radar can help. This is the radar output. You're looking at KAIST campus, recorded in KAIST campus. I don't know, maybe many of you are familiar with this area, but as you can see on the right side, the radar output has very noisy angular lateral position information, but distance information is reliable. So, and then also weather and lighting condition is a problem for a camera. So that's where this radar camera fusion really shines. So you are looking at radar point cloud projected onto 2D images. And when lighting condition or weather condition is poor, then radar will probably help a lot. To give you some background, more background on fusion. So there is late fusion and early fusion. Late fusion is radar and camera has two different inference pipeline, the model pipeline. And then you are going to fuse at the object or after each pipeline. And then you are going to fuse for final outputs. But this approach has already been deployed in many vehicles. But this approach has limitations because if each mode disagrees, meaning that if camera says there's no object, but if radar says there's an object, then it's hard to tell which is correct, and to be safe, you should believe that there is an object. But then if that was incorrect, then it's going to lead to false positive, which leads to phantom brake and so forth. So we really need to go lower level or feature level for when it comes to fusion to fully achieve the full potential of the fusion algorithms. So we have been working on this work for a while, and I believe early this year we were able to achieve state-of-the-art performance using camera radar fusion. Radar camera fusion was not mainstream before, but now people are working on it extensively now. But anyway, I'm not going to talk about the details of the network, but the key idea was to fuse camera and radar fusion using cross attention. And we were able to achieve state-of-the-art performance. You are looking at, on the left side, you're looking at x-axis is frame per second speed, y-axis is the performance accuracy. And you can see that our model is much faster and accurate than existing camera-based models. And we also compared that with LiDAR as well to see how close it can achieve. And you're looking at precision record curve for camera, LiDAR, and fusion. And you can see that camera radar fusion can achieve near LiDAR performance without using LiDAR. So that was promising. Note that this LiDAR model is not the state-of-the-art, but still, I think we still have room for improvement for fusion as well. And this is the nuisance detection, 3D object detection leaderboard. Up to until this summer, I think CRN, the proposed network, was leading the board, but then people started to now publishing more work and models, and now I think it's second or third. So you're looking at qualitative results. This is the, so left side, you are looking at the camera images. Right side, you are looking at the output of the detection results. This is a frame by frame detection results. And the green box is ground truth. Blue boxes are predictions. And let's look at rainy scenes and night scenes. And that's when fusion actually shines. So as you can see, the detection performance doesn't substantially drops even with rainy scenes and nighttime scenes. All right, let me move quickly on this topic. So there's, mapping is another whole problem for autonomous driving, but I'm not going to go over this topic in detail, but I'll go very quick. So this morning we had Professor Leonard talked about SLAM, and he mentioned about semantic approaches, and this is very aligned with the same concept, same problem directions. So many of the existing visual SLAMs tend to use non-semantic or non-semantic map and localization as features, non-semantic features, and mapping using those information. On the other hand, with deep learning and everything, maybe, and for integration with decision and planning algorithms, maybe it's we need to use some of the semantic level landmarks and features for mapping and localization purposes. So this is just giving you some background on that. There are two different approaches for when it comes to mapping and localization. And this is the traditional visual SLAM. And and now many people are now moving towards more semantic features and landmarks and mapping using those informations. And for autonomous driving applications, this is what it looks like when it comes to semantic level HT map. Oh, by the way, we are looking for visual camera-based SLAM and localization. So if you look at the environment, there are lanes, traffic signs, traffic lights, and many objects, static objects are on the road, and we can use them for mapping and localization purposes. And some of the recent work try to detect these static objects environment for autonomous driving. But if you take a look at this, the results on the right side, their output, the representation was a rasterized image, the bird's eye view image, but it's not quite useful for mapping purposes, mapping and localization purposes. So the rasterized image you're looking at on the left side, so it's more like a pixel kind of image. But traditionally, for lightweight map and for maintenance and everything, usually people have been traditionally using vectorized maps. So we decided to move that direction. So use vector maps and train the model for different representation. And it turns out that to do that we used GNN, graph neural network. It turns out that this representation, as well as using the graph neural network, really helped improving the performance. And now people are also looking into this area as well. So these are also qualitative results. Let me move quickly here. In the future, we believe that the map needs to be updated based on crowd-sourced information. Let me move on to the active learning part to tackle the data pipeline problems. Conventional learning methods have been I mentioned this process, right? So collection, selection, labeling, and training. But this requires almost intangible amount of resources, time and efforts. So the right way, I think the future needs to be more efficient, much more efficient. So active learning is when you actually use the model to select the data that needs to be labeled. So this technique has been widely studied for 2D applications, 2D image applications, but not so much in 3D. So we applied some of the principles from 2D and applied for 3D. And we also believe that we can leverage the unlabeled data as well. So we proposed active semi-supervised learning for 3D object detection, and which means that we are going to use the model to select which data to label, and we are going to use data that do not have labels can also be used for training the model. So we can do this together. So this slide shows that how we can do that together. There is training stage, and then there is selection stage. For training stage, we're going to use the unlabeled data and put that into two different 3D detection network. and we're going to augment the input data. And then at the output, but because it's the same data but augmented, such as rotation, scaling, and flip, the results must have the same output. So we can compare. So it's similar to contrastive learning, but anyway, so we can compare the outputs of one network and the other network, and then we can even apply loss functions to get gradient and train the network using unsupervised manner. And then on the other hand, we also need selection stage, meaning that based on the uncertainties, so we put unlabeled data as an input, and then at the output, if we have predictions with high uncertainty, we can sort of see that as a sign that model is not confident about these results. So we can use those information to when it comes to selecting data that needs to be labeled. So now we're going to repeat this process, and we're going to increase the number of labeled data. But those labeled data are very sort of, it's not redundant. They're hoping that they're IID data. So this is the results. You're looking at x-axis is number of labeled data. Y is the performance, mean AP accuracy. And the experiment is done this way. So you start from small number of data, small number of labeled data, and then you train. So you train and select data, and you use that labeled data and mark these its performance, and then you repeat this cycle. Training unsupervised manner as well as selecting labeled data. The number of labeled data increases, and the performance increases as well. And you're looking at the proposed method is the purple one, and you can compare that with random and some existing simple algorithms, methods. And this is the qualitative results. Some qualitative result samples as well. So on the left side is the baseline. On the right side is the proposed method, and you can see that performance has been improved. In fact, if you look at the right data, the model was able to detect objects that did not even have labels. So I think that's that sort of shows generalization part has been improved. So let me move on to continual learning for trajectory prediction problem. So here's the challenge. In reality, for many robotic systems, including autonomous vehicles, the data are continuously collected in small batches. It's not like you collect data for, you collect a huge data set and then you're done with it. You need to continue to evolve your model, and you're going to continue to improve the data distribution. So, and that's because both scalable in space, regions, as well as time, you're going to evolve and scale. So to do that, you need to continuously collect data and train the model over time, evolve over time. But when you're training the model, the data will continue to increase, right? Your data set will continue to increase, and when you have large data sets, and when you add, let's say you had 1 million frames, and then you have 10 more frames, and best way to train is, of course, train all together as one data set, but that's going to cost you a lot when it comes to training time and resources. So, but on the other hand, if you just train for the new data, fine tune, then your model performance will drop for the existing data set. So here's one illustration of that. So here is 2 different space, one for task A, one for task B, or data set A and data set B. You optimize your model for data set A, and then if you have new data, which is B, and if you want to train the model, if you fine tune, then you're going to have a gradient that's going to lead to this direction. But then what we want is the model to be accurate, trained for both data sets, but without retraining for the data A. So one of the technique is meta learning. So this is a quick intro to meta learning. So you need to first determine meta objective. Obviously, first one is going to be the performance, the task you are interested in, and then you need to now start propose metric for catastrophic forgetting. So catastrophic forgetting is what was describing losing the performance for the existing data set. So here is how it works. This is two dual loop optimization training methods, and there's inner loop and outer loop. The inner loop takes care of computes the gradients for the task we are interested in, the performance, and then the outer loop takes care of the meta parameter, the catastrophic forgetting metric. To visualize how this works, so for the inner loop, you compute the direction, the gradient for the new data, which is, let's say, this direction. But then we want to make sure that it stays within within the low cost region for data A, to avoid the catastrophic forgetting. And to do that, we can compute this gradient and make sure that we take the orthogonal portion of this vector, and then it's going to make sure that stays within the low cost, low value of the data A set. So here's how, so the training and testing method is a bit different because the data comes in small batches, and we want to make sure that adaptation and test is done properly and be evaluated. So the training I explained is the pre-training process. So it's meta representation learning. And then for test, it has two parts. It's adaptation and test itself. And this figure explains with more information on how pre-training is done using meta representation learning. So here's the inner loop, computing the gradient for the decoder, and outer loop passes the gradient all the way to the backbone. So make sure that the backbone is trained for considering the catastrophic forgetting. So here's the test scenario and metric. So like I said, small batches of data is coming in. So there will be some data for adaptation, meaning training, and then evaluation is done to make sure that this pre-training and adaptation process is working fine when it comes to detection performance, as well as the backward transfer, the forgetting part. And this shows different baselines, different comparisons. And the first one is joint training. So it's high computation, but joint training. So the performance is sort of like you can think of it as Oracle. And then there's standard supervised learning, pre-training, and then there's the proposed one. And as you can see, the proposed method can achieve comparable performance with the joint training, while the computation load is minimal. So if you had to retrain whenever new data comes in using joint training, your training cost will exponentially explode. So more numbers, more results. So let me move on to the last topic, which is negotiation with human drivers. So please take a look at this clip. This burgundy vehicle is trying to cut in, but the silver one just won't let this vehicle cut in, allows. So he failed. Now he has to detour. I think this was very interesting, but this is not extreme. This happens all the time, especially in Korea or many other countries. So we decided to look at this problem. This case of when machine and human interaction becomes conflict becomes severe. So we decided to look at lane merge problem. So it gets quite tricky. So my lane ends within the next limited distance, and I am forced to change the lane. So we decided to use some hybrid approaches between using some reinforcement learning and finite state machine hybrid approach. Because we wanted to be able to modify the algorithm, debug and everything, and explainable. So we wanted to use the hybrid approach using learning and logic. So the logic goes as follows. Initially, there's this ready mode, looks for the safe gap, and then approaches, and then start to approach and negotiate, and then execute the cut-in. And that's when this cut-in RL method model is applied. And this is the performance. So there's a steep trade-off between cut-in success rate and collision avoidance. And you can see that right upper corner is good, and the proposed method improves that, pushes that boundary. Let me finish with this. Let me finish with this video clip.
안녕하세요. 저는 카이스트 조차식 녹색교통대학원의 김동석 교수님 연구실에서 자율주행 연구를 하고 있는 박사과정 전형석이라고 합니다.
So this research was part of this project, and this video was prepared for the final presentation of that project. And here you can see two things. One is the algorithm we just talked about, the cut-in algorithm. And the other part is that we can actually use a mixed reality.
자율주행 기술 개발에 있어서 어려운 점은 먼저 사람이 운전하는 차량과의 상호작용의 문제입니다.
Simulation methods.
비보호 교차로, 비보호 좌회전, 합류 구간 등등에서는 실제 사람이 운전하는 자동차와 상호작용이 많이 발생하게 됩니다. 특히 차량이 진행하기 위한 공간이 부족한 경우 자율주행차가 이를 대응하기 매우 어렵습니다. 카이스트에서는 이러한 난해한 상황에서도 주변 차량과의 상호작용을 통해서 빈 공간을 능동적으로 창출하여 주행하는 주행 알고리즘을 개발했습니다. 두 번째 어려운 점은 데이터 불균형 문제입니다. 딥러닝 기반 자율주행 기술은 데이터에 대한 의존도가 높습니다. 하지만 위험 상황에 대한 데이터 수집은 매우 어려워 비상 상황에 대응 가능한 알고리즘 개발에 어려움이 있습니다. 또한 위험한 주행 상황에 대해서는 충돌 위험성에 의해서 반복 실험이 힘들다는 어려움도 있습니다. 저희는 이러한 문제를 해결하기 위해 실제와 동일하게 구현되어 있는 가상세계에서의 데이터 취득, 알고리즘 개발 및 검증을 진행하고 있습니다. 알고리즘 개발로는 강화학습 등등의 AI 기술을 개발하고 있습니다. 이 단가였으며 이를 통해 안정성을 해치지 않는 한도 내에서 차선 변경 성공률을 극대화할 수 있는 차선 변경 알고리즘을 구현하였습니다. 마지막 4단계는 차선 변경 완성 단계이며 변경된 차선에서 차선 유지 및 차간거리 유지 기술이 다시 동작하게 됩니다. 카이스트에서는 앞으로도 시뮬레이터와 AI 기술을 적극 활용 및 확대하여 비보호 교차로 등 자율주행이 난해한 모든 상황에서도 안전과 주행 성능을 확보 가능한 완전한 자율주행 알고리즘을 개발하고자 합니다.
All right, let me wrap up my talk with long-term challenges. So with all this research and development, we had NVIDIA talk, we have Tesla's, AI Day videos, but, Google is, providing services, but accidents are continuously are observed, and we need to definitely, improve these problems. And I think I would like to summarize that my talk that we need infinite resources for scalable autonomous vehicles or many robotic systems, and we need to tackle this problem. And I believe that future is needs to be take care of this full automation of data and training pipeline, self-supervised representation learning, or 3D foundation models, and then continual learning for scalable 3D AI model for continuing evolution. So let's go. I'm going back to this slide, and what do you think about this? Global scalability. I think it's a very challenging problem. So this concludes my talk, and I'll take any questions if you have any. All right, so I am the host, so please ask questions verbally or text is fine. All right. Professor Park, did you have a question? Oh. Can someone enable?
Oh,
okay.
It also enabled that. Thank you. And in the early part of your presentation, you made a result that you fuse camera and radar to have a LiDAR level accuracy. So what was your achieved the accuracy in terms of the centimeter or millimeter or the distance measurement?
Oh, well, that's a good question, and it's tricky to answer because when it comes to position accuracy, the metric we used was AP, so average precision. So when it comes to position estimation, sometimes it'll probably not as good as LiDAR. But as the distance increases, LiDAR detection performance also drops. So for long range detection, the fusion turns out to be give you better results. And so there is also a debate on this, metric. Is this the best metric? So I think it's open-ended question, but if you just compare one result with another results with just position, then maybe sometimes it's better, sometimes not.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Okay. Yeah, I understand the status.
Okay. All right. Time is up on my talk. Let's move on. So we have next speaker here. Title of the talk is Vision-Centric Foundation Models for Autonomous Driving. Professor Hang Cao from Tsinghua University. Please welcome Professor Cao.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Cool. Yep. First, I'm very honored to be here, and thanks for the invitation to this event. I found that in the speaker list there are my previous mentors and instructors at MIT, like Professor John Leonard and Sanbei Kim. Yeah, it's a great event. And here's my brief bio. I got my PhD at MIT, and later I moved to Waymo and spent a couple of years there doing research on motion prediction and multisensory fusion. And after that, I came back to my home country and serve as an assistant professor at Tsinghua University. And my research and my group work on multimodal learning, autonomous driving, and robotics. So today's talk is about vision-centric foundation models for autonomous driving. Before that, let's take a look at a classical, or maybe not so classical, but the existing self-driving technology stack. First, we have a perception module that takes in a sequence of images or LiDAR scans and outputs dynamic 3D bounding boxes. And then we have a high definition map module together with a high precision localization. It retrieves the lanes and the traffic lights information based on the high precision, maybe a localization network. And then we have a prediction module. It takes in the bounding boxes and traffic lights, colors, and lane information, and then predicts what will other agents, including the vehicles and pedestrians, will do in the future. They are most often represented in trajectories. And finally, our self-driving car has a trajectory planning module that plans its trajectory based on the observations and the forecasts. We already have a bunch of thousands of papers from non-machine learning based methods to machine learning based methods. But my personal belief is that for research, on the research side, the future belongs to vision-centric models or even vision language-centric models, or it's my bet. Because the autonomous driving problem is not only a control problem, but it's also a social or a reasoning problem, especially when the self-driving car drives into the urban area. I have shown two cases here. For example, a guy that's waving towards our self-driving car with a sign is not an ordinary pedestrian. He is a construction worker and telling us this road is under construction and we should take a detour. And on the right-hand side, a person that's crossing the road with the green light on for our self-driving car, whether we should yield or should pass the pedestrian really depends on the pose or whether the person is aware of our self-driving cars. And these problems can only be solved by vision. So in conclusion, vision offers a dense observations with very rich attributes. And the recent vision language models also enables a holistic scene understanding of the driving scene. So my claim here is about we should study vision, but that doesn't mean that we should throw away LiDAR. But my personal view is that LiDAR is still very important and required for the safety of self-driving cars. So we should also study multisensory and multimodal fusion. Okay, and with the emergence of large language models very recently, like GPT models and Gemini models that just released yesterday, we'll naturally question ourselves, can we train a monolithic model that solves the autonomous driving problem, right? Basically, we want a large driving model that takes in video image sequences, and outputs a sequence of actions, what to do in the future. And actually, in history, we have already seen a lot of work trying to solve the driving problem with this. If I remember correctly, like as early as in the 1970s or 80s, that we have Elven, a two-layer neural network that takes in a video input and outputs the driving actions for self-driving cars. And then around 2017, there's another wave of using deep neural networks to solve this problem. However, these trials are not so successful. So why does that happen? I think the fundamental challenge is that the input dimensions of the driving problem, or for any robotics problem, is the video sequence, which has approximately 100 million pixels. But instead, the output space is only maybe two-dimensional for a car, like the brake or throttle or the steering wheel angles. So we can see the imbalance of input and output dimensions. It's super imbalanced. I'm generally very pessimistic about learning the physics of the driving by this learning paradigm. When I say learning the physics of driving, that includes the geometry of the world, like the intention of the pedestrians or other vehicles, and also the traffic rules. If we do want to learn that, it must require a huge amount of data. But however, the driving problem is still, it is estimated that we need 100 billion miles of data in order to cover the whole world, the driving scenarios of the whole world. For other robotic problems, it's even harder to gather data. So we want some other smart way to solve this driving problem or other robotic problems. And my guess is that the overall picture that we'll move towards is that we still have multiple modules, but the recipes within each module change a lot, including their model architectures, functionalities, and the interfaces. First, I'll bet that the LiDAR-centric perception will evolve into a vision-centric perception foundation model. And then the high-definition map and the localization module will evolve into a mapping foundation model. And then the motion prediction model may disappear and we'll have a vision language scene understanding foundation model. And lastly, we also need a planning foundation model to plan for our own ego trajectory. There are some key design considerations for this modularization. First is transparency, that we know what our self-driving car is doing. Second is controllability. Whenever we know what the model is doing, then we can try to tune it. And the third consideration is scalability. The scalability, I think there are two sides. The first, on one hand, is called combinatorial scalability. For example, whenever we know the eyes of the self-driving car is not performing well, basically the perception system, then we can only fix or to tune its eyes, its perception system only. If we find its planning capabilities is not good, and then we can only fix its planning model. So that whenever we change the perception system of a self-driving car, we can still reuse the planning model. And the other side is engineering scalability. Whenever we divide the big problem, a big problem into smaller pieces, and then we can allocate engineers to solve each of these problems reasonably well. Okay, this is the big picture, and then I will talk about our group's research work on each of these modules. First, the vision-centric perception foundation model. I think we are trying to extract as much information as possible out of the perception model. So we expect dense outputs and richer semantics. That is why the 3D occupancy problem becomes the 3D occupancy becomes a really desired representation. And the occupancy network was also advocated by Tesla since last year. In self-driving, we use the term general objects or general obstacles to talk about the long-tail distribution of things we observe on the road. They include many different types of long-tail objects. For example, irregular and deformable objects, such as train tracks, bendy buses, trailers. They typically are not rigid boxes like cars, but have multiple parts. Say a crane truck has a movable mechanical arm that protrudes from its main body. Second, we also have uncommon objects, like trash cans and the trash scattered on the roads. They are often not labeled in a self-driving dataset. Finally, even for known objects with regular shape, a strange pose could also make it out of distribution in the point of view of machine learning. Say, an overturned truck, which has been a problem for Tesla for a long time. Like these general objects make 3D detectors having a very hard time recognizing and localizing them. This is why 3D occupancy becomes a very nice representation to deal with all these problems. Let's compare 3D occupancy prediction tasks with some other existing tasks in self-driving. The horizontal axis is, we call it semantic expressiveness. And the vertical axis, we call it geometric expressiveness. On the left-hand side, we have LiDAR OGM, occupancy grid mapping, which is a classical scene reconstruction task in robotics. It only works in static scenes and does not care about semantics. And in the middle, we have 3D bounding box, 3D box detection, which is the most popular representation today. It performs okay on both semantics and geometry. And on the bottom right, we have 2D image. We have 2D image semantic segmentation or LiDAR point cloud segmentation. They are competitive in terms of semantics, but either stays even in a lower 2D dimension or is sparse 3D, is a sparse 3D representation in terms of geometry. Finally, our 3D occupancy prediction stays on the top right, which offers us dense voxel predictions with rich semantics in the 3D world. Of course, the 3D occupancy prediction is not totally a new thing. It's just that we found it to be very suitable for self-driving tasks. There are many recent efforts on occupancy prediction already. However, we observed that there is a notable absence of high-quality datasets together with benchmarks. Constructing such a dataset is actually very challenging due to three major issues. The first issue is called sparsity. The LiDAR point clouds are very sparse, and how do we construct the dense occupancy from these sparse observations? The second problem is occlusion. We know that for a single frame, we definitely will miss at least half the half side of an object. But even for a long sequence of observations, we aggregate them together, we will still miss some part of the objects that are occluded. And also, occlusion not only happens within one object, but also happens between objects. One big truck could occlude the objects behind it. How do we deal with these cases? And the third issue is called 3D to 2D sensor misalignment. Because the occupancy prediction task is designed for vision, but its ground truth has to be constructed with LiDAR. There are disparities when projecting the 3D LiDAR points or voxels onto 2D images. This is often induced by sensor noises or pose drifts. So to overcome these challenges, we created a semi-automatic label generation pipeline. The effectiveness of each step within our pipeline is rigorously validated, as we will see very soon. Let's go through the process. Assuming we have a data set of LiDAR and image sequences, also with some box annotations, like Waymo Open Dataset. We first segregate the static scene and objects according to 3D boxes. And then we aggregate the point clouds of the background scene and the foreground objects independently according to their trajectories, and also refine with ICP. After we obtain a denser point cloud, we assign semantic labels to the unlabeled points with KN bolding. After point densification, we still observe that there are holes on the surface of the objects. Therefore, we further perform mesh reconstruction to get smoother surfaces. and then resample back to obtain a dense occupancy grid. This is still not the end of the story. We perform 2 additional steps. The first is raycasting that produces visibility masks so that we know which voxel is observed at which frame across time. They will be very useful for evaluation later. Additionally, due to post-drift and object deformations, we observe that voxel leakage or blur, or we can also call it blurriness in the 3D space. So we take image semantic labels to refine the object boundaries, also via raycasting. This is especially useful when the thin objects happen in the scene, appear in the scene. And finally, with all these processes, we can obtain a dense 3D occupancy representation of a scene. And this is a table showing the design choices in the pipeline. This ablation study shows that each step in our pipeline is useful in terms of improving the final occupancy quality. Here is a visualization of the 3D to 2D consistency between 2D image semantic labels and the 3D voxel auto labels projected onto the 2D images. Basically, the higher consistency they have, the better our reconstructed occupancy quality is. Here's another example. You may notice all the details that we can preserve in the scene. The dataset is called OCC3D, an occupancy prediction benchmark for autonomous driving. If you are interested, please check out our project website. Okay, the next topic is about mapping foundation model. What is a good mapping model? I think it should have 2 characteristics. The first one is onboard perception, and the second one is offboard update capability. Around 2 or 3 years ago, people found traditional mapping solutions are costly and laborious. People want to get rid of the high definition maps. Therefore, researchers, including our group, proposed to make online inference of local maps with a neural network. The neural network takes in input camera images or LiDAR point clouds and outputs a local semantic map, turning a mapping problem into a perception problem, basically. Initially, we formulate the mapping problem as a segmentation problem. We first convert the perspective view images into the bird's eye view, and then perform pixel-wise labeling, such as the lane markings, pedestrian crossings. They're all rendered on the bird's eye view map. And then we perform some post-processing to get the vectorized maps. More recently, we proposed to train a neural network to ask it to directly output vector maps so that no more post-processing is needed. In this paper called Vector Map Net, we use polylines as the primitives to represent map elements. We pose it as a detection problem. As we know, object detection is to detect a bunch of bounding boxes of objects. Now, map detection is to detect a bunch of polylines of map elements. We designed a detection transformer-like model to solve this problem. In the model, each query corresponds to one map element. And an even more recent paper, it's called StreamMapNet. We try to incorporate temporal information into the model as well, so that we can output more consistent and high quality maps. Here's an interesting case showing the result of StreamMapNet. As you can see from the top image is the observation at time t-1, and at time equals to t, we see that this road was blocked by a large truck. But the StreamMapNet model is still able to reason the thing that's not observed currently, but that's occluded by by other objects. It's because it basically has a memory that propagates over time. Okay, so is that the end of the story? No, right? Because mapping is very different from perception, inspired by how human beings memorize the road. Like whenever I have traveled to a place once, and I have a memory of how the road looks like, so that the next time I visit here, I will be very comfortable in navigating anywhere to anywhere in this location. So inspired by a very inspired a paper called Neural Turing Machines that's published maybe 10 years ago. We also want to add memory to the mapping networks. The high level idea is basically that for a feed-forward neural network, we give it a memory module so that it can update the memory when it has information input and also retrieves from the memory when necessary. Our system is called Neural Map Prior. Imagine that in a rainy day, the road is covered with rain and your online mapping model performs very poorly because of the water reflections. What if the car has a good memory of the same intersection in a sunny day, and it uses to input the mapping performance in the rainy day? And of course, we don't want to save all the information on the disk, right? But we want to construct a neural map to compress all this information. This is how Neural Map Prior is implemented. We add a fusion module to any existing online mapping model. And we also use the refined features to update the external global map prior. So basically, when the car drives, it has more and more observations, and they are saved into our map priors. And in return, we use the priors to improve the online mapping performance. This is a demo showing the global map reconstruction performance and the local map prediction improvement because of the neural map prior. We'll play it again. Basically, with this technique, we have the potential to reconstruct a neural map for the whole city. Our industry partners are also trying to scale the neural map prior for all the intersections in a mega city. We believe that this can be achieved with many vehicles traveling in a big city in a short period of time. And what's most interesting about this is that no labeling is required in this whole process. The work is still in progress, and stay tuned. Okay, next I'll talk about the vision language scene understanding foundation model. This is a brand new model that we hope it to understand complex scenarios for self-driving and make high-level decisions. Why do we want to work on this? It's because there's one example in this year's GPT paper that strikes me a lot. That's basically this picture. We can ask GPT like what's unusual about this scene. It can describe all the fine-grained details to us. And then let me think. How about we further ask a question? That is, if we are a driver for a self-driving car, what shall we do, right? And that's why we developed Drive VLM. The paper is called The Convergence of Autonomous Driving and the Large Vision Language Models. We want to use large vision language models to help us to solve the long tail and complex scene understanding problems. We can directly move into how the model is designed. Ideally, the input of the model is a sequence of images encoded with a vision encoder, and the features are further consumed by our large vision language model. The key here is that we need to design the COTs, the chain of thought so that the model can help us to plan a trajectory for our self-driving vehicle. The first step is called scene description. Basically, we ask, please describe the driving conditions. The model is expected to answer the weather, to describe the weather, the road conditions, the lane conditions, and the critical objects in the scene. And the second step is called critical object analysis. It's basically ask the model to do some reasoning to tell us which object has the most influences on our self-driving car. And the third step is called hierarchical planning. We ask the model that we tell the model our the driving speed of our self-driving car, and ask it to tell us the meta actions, decisions, and plan our future waypoints. The meta actions is a predefined set of actions, and the language decisions can be arbitrary language outputs. And the waypoints is constrained into the format of xy, xy1, y1, x2, y2, all the way to xn, yn. Okay, now we are happy that we have a large vision language model that can help us to do self-driving. However, there are two big issues for large language models to be deployed on a self-driving car. The first and the most important issue is that existing vision language models have very poor spatial grounding ability. We found that directly deploy such models onto a self-driving cars will lead to many collisions because the model only understands language and 2D images, but not the 3D world. That's the biggest challenge. The second challenge is that the existing large models are really large. It's hard to deploy them on a robot or a self-driving car for it to run in real time. For a typical large language model to run on a computer, it takes like 3 or 5 seconds for inference. That's definitely not enough for a self-driving car. That's why we further developed Drive VLM Duo, trying to take the advantage of both the large models and the traditional self-driving pipeline. The idea is basically we run the two systems in parallel. The traditional system or pipeline takes in the images as well to do 3D perception like object detections. And then we'll do a matching process to match what is detected by the large vision language model and what is detected by a traditional 3D detector. And we'll feed this matching information into the large vision language model as well, so that it has a better capability in object grounding and the localization. And then we'll take the output of the large vision language model, the trajectory it produces, as a reference trajectory for the traditional pipeline. As we know, the reference trajectory only outputs at very low frequency, maybe every 3 seconds or 5 seconds. But the online planner can run in a very high frequency, like 10 or 30 hertz. So basically combining a large model together with a traditional pipeline, we can achieve the best in both worlds. Okay, and together with the model design, we also built a data set called SUP-AD dataset, See Understanding for Planning for autonomous driving. Within the dataset, we collected a lot of complex and long-tail driving scenarios in order to train the large vision language model. For example, this one is a driving scenario where we meet a construction zone. We send this video clip to the annotators and ask them to annotate everything we want to know about this complex driving scenario. For example, the scene summary. The vehicle is moving at a constant speed along the current lane, and there's a road construction ahead. So there are construction workers standing on the left side of the road. And it will also describe these critical objects, like say on the left-hand side, there are 3 construction workers And on the right-hand side, there is the construction zone. And finally, the annotators also manually annotate the meta actions that we want to take and the driving decisions for the self-driving car. I would like to show you many more interesting cases like this one, interacting with yaks or cows on a road trip. This is a very challenging scenario, right? But shall we just stop for all these yaks and cows? No, we can still pass them, right? But just taking a correct smart strategy. The smart strategy is basically we reduce our speed and proceed slowly while maintaining a safe distance from the group of cows. And this is a more dangerous scenario where there's a fallen tree. Okay, I'll skip the annotation part and show how the model performs after training on this very complicated, challenging, complex data set. On the right-hand side is basically the model input, and the left-hand side is the output of the model. This scenario is basically there's a fallen tree ahead, and we ask what our self-driving car should do. Right? First, the model describes the scene, say talking about the weather, the day, the road conditions, and then it talks about the critical objects. It's basically the fallen trees ahead. And after that, we tell the model about the ego states, basically the historical trajectory of our self-driving car and our navigation information, like where we want to go at the intersection. So the model will tell us there's a fallen tree blocking the left lane ahead. And what we should do is we need to slow down, shift to the right to avoid the fallen tree and continue driving. And finally, the model will also plan a reference trajectory for us. It basically looks like this, right? The tree blocks the 2 lanes ahead, and what our self-driving car need to do is basically turning to the rightmost lane. And of course, this model and this research is still at very early stage. We hope to improve it further and demonstrate more powerful capabilities in the future. Okay, finally, the last module, the planning module, we also want to develop a foundation model for it. What capabilities does it need? The first one is interaction modeling, like how it deals with multi-agent interactions, basically. And second, it should provide us with high-quality trajectories. Remember that in the scene understanding foundation model part, it also provides us with reference trajectory. However, I personally doubt that a large language model can provide us a trajectory that's the quality that is high enough to be executed on a real robot or self-driving car. So we need another model. Actually, for this part, I still don't see a perfect world that totally solving the planning problem. But here are a couple of works that I like a lot. The first paper, not from our group, but from Waymo, is called Scene Transformer. It basically used a unified architecture for motion prediction and motion planning. And by using different masking strategies, like we can mask the future to make it a behavior prediction problem. We can mask the future excluding the last waypoint to make it a goal condition planning or prediction problem. This is a very nice work. Try to unify both motion planning and motion prediction. And second work is from our group called M2I, from factored marginal trajectory prediction to interactive prediction. The high-level idea is basically we don't want to treat the interaction as a black box. We still want it to be interpretable, because planning problem is very different from perception problem. Perception problem that we ourselves, human beings, cannot explain what's happening there. But for planning, we, our human drivers, can actually explain our behaviors, like what is influencing us and how will I react, right? So basically, we developed an auto-labeling pipeline or algorithm to discover the influencers and reactors in a complex scenario. And we'll use these auto-labeled interaction, pseudo-labels to further train our model. And we find that it will greatly improve the performance of motion prediction and planning. And the last work I want to talk about is a recent paper from our group called State Transformer. This is a work inspired by GPT. Like, we want to formulate the planning problem also as a sequence modeling problem, as a sequence model. We serialize the input context, like perception results and high definition maps informations, and even the intermediate goal proposals, and the output future trajectory waypoints of planner. And we serialize all these information into a sequence, and then apply a causal transformer model to learn from all these information. Whenever we model it as a sequence problem, a sequence modeling problem, and we can take a lot of models, existing models from LLMs, for example, like GPTs. And it turns out to perform pretty well. What is more interesting about this model is that it demonstrates good scalability with regard to data, model size, and training steps. On the left-hand side, we show the x-axis is dataset size, and the y-axis is the log of loss of validation loss. And we can see that with the larger data, the model performance or the loss goes down in a logarithmic manner. And if you look at the different colors of these curves, the larger models performs gives us better performance with smaller losses. The same thing happens when we train it with longer time steps. The larger models always perform better than the smaller models. This is still also an ongoing work, and stay tuned about the more updates about this work. Due to the time constraints, I will not talk about more details about these models. If you're interested, check out our papers or ask for code if you're interested. And I would like to thank all my students and collaborators from my students at Tsinghua University, and also research assistants at Shanghai TG Institute, and my collaborators from University of Southern California and the Li Auto. Cool. That's everything that I have, and I would like to take questions.
Thank you very much for the very interesting, inspiring talk. We do have a few questions. Can you read, or would you like me to go over them?
Yeah, I can see all these questions. Okay, the first question I can see here is 3D occupancy prediction seems very effective in terms of both geometric and semantic aspect. I want to ask about your opinion if this representation can also be applied to mapping foundation other than perception. I totally agree. I totally agree. Like, actually, mapping, the occupancy prediction can be used to help as a prior, to help for mapping. But traditionally in autonomous driving, when we talk about mapping, we want to get the semantic, the semantics about the high definition maps, like the traffic lights, like the lanes. But what I think is that maybe in the future we can change the definition, or we can enrich the mapping a lot with occupancy. For example, how high is the road boundary, the height of the road boundary, the and more detailed information that will help us with more that can help us with autonomous driving in more adverse scenarios. For example, there's a very special type of statues that's sitting in the middle of the road, and this can hardly be described by a traditional definition of high definition maps. And then we can use the occupancy network to remember it, to put it into the map, to know its semantics and the geometric information. And then that will help us with self-driving in that road condition. Yeah, I think that's totally possible. Okay,
How about
let's move
yeah,
to the
the
next
last
question.
yeah.
Isn't there a need for noise-free, perfect 3D reconstruction in the process of creating the dataset? Is there any problem with this? Okay, this is definitely a very challenging problem. We found that in the open source datasets, there are a lot of we need to deal with these noisy point clouds that are floating in the air. That's true. We need to do some manual cleaning of the dataset. Okay, the next question. In the process of matching results between the large language models and the traditional 3D detector in Drive VLM Duo, achieving accurate matches in scenarios with a large number of vehicles may pose a challenge. Is there a specific method or strategy in place to prevent incorrect matches in such situations? That's actually a very good question that we still haven't dealt with this problem. I think what the question is talking about this step. Basically, the large vision language models can detect a bunch of 2D boxes, and the traditional 3D perception model will detect a bunch of 3D boxes. What we do is simply projecting the 3D bounding boxes onto the images and compare the intersection over union on the images to do the matching. But it is true that when the objects are very crowded in the scene, it will be an issue. I totally agree. Okay, the next question is, yeah, do we still have time?
Go ahead. I finished late, so you have 1 more minute.
Okay, yeah, one more question. Okay, the one more question I see here is high definition maps for autonomous driving usually contains many semantic information other than what have shown in the recent research. But recent research and datasets are focusing on part of it. For instance, lane and pedestrian crossings. Eventually, for mapping foundation model, we might need more complex information of the traffic world, including road markings and traffic signs. Do you have an opinion on it, or how we can obtain the data and train the model? Actually, I personally think it is possible to handle more complex scenarios, but the challenge for the academia world is that we still are short of a high quality and complex high definition map dataset. I really hope that we can have an open source map information, map dataset for the researchers to work on.
Okay, thank you for answering all the questions. So time is up, so we need to move on. Thank you so much for the talk.
Cool, thank you.
All right, let me move on. The last talk for today is going to be LiDAR for Autonomous Vehicles, Challenges and Innovations by Professor Yonghwa Park from KAIST. Professor Park?
Okay. Thank you for your introduction. And everybody see the screen correctly?
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. This is a last presentation today. So a little bit, I feel that this is a little bit different from other the presentation, like Professor Zhao, Professor Kim. This is more likely hardware side the information. which is LiDAR for the autonomous vehicle. So I made a very the simple and easy presentation for you to not understanding the LiDAR technology. So it will be very instructive for you all the autonomous vehicle engineers. So let me briefly introduce myself. I'm the professor in the mechanical engineering department at KAIST. And I spent a long time in Samsung Electronics developing 3D sensors and LiDARs, more than 10 years. So I made up over the 70 US patent out of this 3D sensor work. And I'm now devoting to SPI Photonics West on the optical MEMS and then the detection of some 3D imagings. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry about this. So let's see a movie.
We're here at CES 2023 and CES is back. So today we have our proactive safety demonstrations outside here in the main hall. And what we're showing off is the opportunity for LiDAR to be able to make a huge difference in impact on holistic safety.
This video clip shows state-of-the-art LiDAR technology announced this year.
We have customers go into the cars, drive these scenarios, experience themselves how
you can see that the LiDAR is very slim and small, integrated into cars.
I think it's fair to say overwhelming. We've demoed this yesterday in perfect sunshine and the day before in sleeting rain with a centimeter of water on the ground. And we regularly show that we can prevent accidents that technology that's currently on the market cannot.
We had a ton of different big announcements and debuts here at CES, everything from the Volvo EX90 and showing that off in the booth for the North American debut, the SAIC R7 that we're already in series production with and showing that off in our booth.
You can see that the LiDAR is very small, so you cannot see the kind of a big head, but it is implemented in the car body at this moment.
Showing that off in our booth. We had an amazing press conference where we unveiled our new mapping product. We have a vision to create the first accurate, comprehensive, up-to-date map of the world in 3D.
Okay, so this is an example of the state-of-the-art LiDAR technology shown in this year. So having this, I want to cover these four the topics. The first one is I want to give you the technology overview of overall the 3D imaging. I think that it will be helpful for the autonomous vehicle engineers. And then the second, I will go over the most state-of-the-art LiDAR products announced this year. And then I want to point out the ultimate challenges and problems of LiDAR in terms of miniaturization and some of technical problems like ambient light immunity or the multiple path interference. And then I will focus on the recent achievement to tackle these challenging problems. So my presentation is very easy to understand. So yeah, please feel free to give me the questions when you have something you do not understand. Okay, first, this is a technology overview of 3D imaging. By the way, this is simply one page. Okay, you can make the one-page summary of the 3D imaging technology. So you will see that the point is the wavelength. Okay, so depending on the wavelength that we use, the characteristic of the 3D imaging is determined. So from the very short X-ray, so micrometer range, the visible light. So mostly we utilize this range, and millimeter and meter, the ultrasonic. So among this, you can see traditionally we utilize this long range and then ultrasonic. So at this moment, we are focusing on this the passive method first, which is the camera. Okay. And then combining this with the active method, which uses the time of flight LiDAR technology, which is now dominant in the LiDAR the technology, so time of flight. Okay. Okay, also let me delete all of this. Okay, so to understand the time of flight principle, this is the very the simplest illustration of how the time of flight sensor works. Okay, so you have a laser and object, and okay, and you have a clock, which we call the time to digital converter. And when lasers has I'm sorry about this. When laser has the impulse, and then it will travel with the speed of light and photo detect this incoming light, and we measure the time. So as a result, the distance is the multiplication of the velocity divided by 2, because this is a round trip, and multiplied by time of flight. So basic, the very simple the principle we have. And then among this, we have an array of photo detector, and we have a lens in front of this detector. Then you can have an imaging, okay, which is the lens is nothing but the one-to-one the mapping device with a single pixel to the one point at the object. So as a result, we can have a 3D imaging out of this principle. Okay. So having this principle, the first mostly the utilized time of flight sensor is the pulsed laser LiDAR. Okay, we call this a direct method because we directly detect the time of flight by using the time to digital converter circuit, as you can see in this figure. So most of the LiDAR technology, including Velodyne and SICK laser, and some of SOS the lab or Lumina, utilize this the fundamental technology. So from this principle, you can notice that the measurement time is detected by the avalanche photodiode, which is very expensive the device, because we should detect a very short time pulse with a very high sensitivity. So this avalanche photodiode is one of the reasons why our the LiDAR product is too expensive. Okay, so because the manufacturing process of this SPAD is more likely hundreds times or 1,000 times expense compared to silicon-based sensors. But we have a very fast the response. So this is the characteristic of the pulsed laser LiDAR. Okay, so as I mentioned, because of this expensive SPAD sensors, the resolution is very restricted, like a QVJ. So you may understand this QVJ resolution is the resolution that we used in the first generation cell phone camera, okay, which is very low resolution QVJ. And we have a very expensive also the TDC circuit. This circuit is highly precise the measurement device, which is normally very expensive to detect this the femto scale the picosecond or femtoscale the time resolution should be required. Okay. So to release this the pulsed laser, we introduce FMCW, which is frequency modulated continuous wave, the LiDAR. So instead of using the directly measuring the time, we bypass this measuring the time using the frequency modulated signal. So for example, if you have the kind of a frequency chopped sine signal outcoming, and the incoming signal will be reached to photo detector with some time delay. So as you can see in this figure, you will see the time delay of the frequency component. So by using the fast Fourier transform, you heard, And then we have a two fast Fourier transform, original signal and the incoming signal. Then compare this frequency tell about the time delay between these two signals, which is time of flight. So this is a very clever way to detect the time of flight. Okay, and this is a very accurate because frequency modulation signal is normally immune to the random noise, okay, to the ambient light or the other light sources. This is very accurate. For example, we can measure the nanometer level the accuracy, something like that. So this is the beauty of this FMCW LiDAR. But it has a disadvantage. So we should do the real-time frequency FFT. So it is very expensive, the processor. Okay. So, and then we need to modulate the frequency up to gigahertz range with a very high power, which means high the frequency and high power means the high power consumption. Okay. So this is the cons of this FMCW LiDAR. So one of the example is InfoWorks, the LiDAR. So this FMCW LiDAR is normally utilized for very the high precision measurement of the device or the autonomous vehicle. To tackle this technology once more, recently the AMCW LiDAR, which is amplitude modulated continuous wave LiDAR, this is a mistype for AMCW, is introduced for the normal time of flight sensors. So we, instead of using the frequency chop, okay, varying frequency, it utilizes only single frequency, which is very easy to control. And we have many the laser diode device, which can be modulated in single frequency. And then we measure the incoming light. And then by combining these two, we compare this incoming and outgoing light by using a special circuit, which is normally very cheap, okay? Because we just detect the phase difference between this sinusoidal signal. And then we make this the phase detecting the circuit on each pixel. As a result, we can have a 3D imaging. So this is the fundamental principle of the PMD or Microsoft Kinect, and then the RealSense, okay, by Intel. All of this small size LiDAR is based on this AMCW LiDAR technology. But it has a disadvantage because it uses the single frequency. It has a 2pi ambiguity. Okay, so it detects the phase difference. So when the phase difference is larger than 2pi, it is ambiguous. Okay, so that it is restricted to about some 10 meters, 10 or 100 meters. Okay. And accuracy is relatively low, okay, some centimeter level, but it is very good for the low price solution and then very small size solution. Okay, so I introduced the basic principle and product in terms of the technology, but in this case, in this page, we show the LiDARs in terms of the scanning mechanism, which determines the size of the LiDAR. You see that your LiDAR, many of LiDAR has this kind of a very big and rotating part, which is just scanner. This is an optical scanner for, it has a two axis, okay, one axis viewing and second axis is the rolling, so that we can have a 2D scanning. As a result, we can have the 3D imaging. This is a conventional the Velodyne type. But to reduce the size of this, which is a very important matter for the commercialization, recently the 2D MEMS scanner, okay, MEMS technology is involved in the scanning solution. So because the MEMS is that very small and very high fast, it is a large advantage compared to this the conventional mirror. Okay, and then more recently, the solid state scanner, which utilized the optical phase array. So there is no scanner, but it scans the light by using the change of this optical property of each the pixel. So it is a little bit difficult to explain. But we can tilt the angle of the light by changing the reflection rate, reflection coefficient of each pixel. So there is no moving part. So we call this a solid state scanner. But the disadvantage is that the scan angle is very small. For example, 2 degree or 5 degree something. So it has something to do more on the future. Okay. So this is all the technology, the overview of the LiDAR. So by using from this background, the state-of-the-art the LiDAR was introduced in the CES 2023 this year. So I visited CES with my students and then the other professors. So in this CES, this year's CES is the catchphrase is "Be in IT," which means we promote very the immersive experience. Okay, which means we are in the IT, okay, very immersive. So the LiDAR and 3D imaging is also coping with this catchphrase. We saw many interesting products. So in shortly, now we have a 3D sensor, you know, that 2D image and 3D image, and still the passive method, which is majorly utilizing the vision-based the method and AI, and also active method, which is LiDAR and TOF, something like that. Still, there are big competition between these two, or somebody make a fusion out of this. But each part has a big progress, okay, from their the viewpoint. And not only the autonomous vehicle, but the robots and some of metaverse, AI, VR, and digital healthcare, most of the variety of applications are utilizing this 3D sensor the solution. Okay. There are many of product variety in this CES. So among this, the key player is, I think that you already know this company and this kind of the best product from this company, Velodyne, Oyster, and Lumina and Innobit. So Lumina has a very big progress on this year, and they announced the mass production with Volvo, okay, this year. So this is the summary that of their progress in the CES. So Volvo will, this is their announcement only this year, but I'm not sure at this moment. So Volvo Group will utilize the Lumina's the very thin the LiDAR solution, as you see in the video clip in the first page. So the very interesting thing is that Lumina's strategy is to use LiDAR as the ADAS system, which means normally we use LiDAR for mapping, but the Lumina introduced their LiDAR to be applied to the ADAS system, like the safety the sensor for this autonomous vehicle. And Innobit's Israel company, they introduced also very thin solution of the LiDAR, which is about the 5 centimeter the height, okay, very close to the commercialization. And Volkswagen Group will implement the Innobit the sensor after 2024. Okay, let's see what happens next year. And also Capton is collaborating with GM after the 2023. They also introduced very thin LiDAR solution by using the solid state okay, some of solid state the technology, which they do not have a kind of a moving part, but the solid state the LiDAR. And fusion is also make us the slim form factor. So most of this innovation comes from very slim and thin solution of the LiDAR. Okay. And Oyster, but the Oyster is a kind of exception. Their strategy is to make a very high accurate, high precision LiDAR, but not slim the form factor LiDAR. Okay, and the Avea introduced also. Let's speed up. And 4D radar. So from the radar the regime, the Avea introduced that they put a maneuver radar which can be utilized for the mapping. Okay, and that radar the radar is good for the bad weather or the lightning the condition. So this is they introduced this very robust the 4D radar solution. Okay, and there are many of the chip solutions developed. So I'm very thankful to see the NVIDIA in this the presentation. So there are many of chip solutions to calculate the 3D mapping using the LiDAR and also the stereo imaging. Okay, so it is very notable. And many interesting applications on the digital twin and also metaverse by utilizing this small form factor, the LiDARs. Okay. And let's go over to the robot solution. So most of the robot utilizing the LiDAR, but they applied very small size the 3D sensor as well as combined with some hologram solution. So they are very make a big the progress. And this Nubility is made by Samsung C Lab, is a kind of the last mile logistics. So somebody put the packet on this the moving robot, and then it will be delivered to door to the customers, and they utilize the LiDAR in front of this, but they say that if the price of LiDAR is something like the $500, okay, so then it will be very successful into the market, okay, logistics market. And vacuum cleaner. So vacuum cleaner become very thinner and thinner because one of the obstacle to make it thinner is the sensor, which is LiDAR. Okay, so this is we need a map for the maneuvering this robot vacuum cleaner into room. And normally we have a LiDAR in on the top of the vacuum cleaner, but because we can make a very thin LiDAR, it is in the body. Okay, so it is something like a 3 centimeter thin. It is very impressive and one of the best innovation award from the CS 2003. And then this is the digital healthcare or fitness. So this is me. So I run on the this Worldtrax 3D scanner. It scans my feet, okay, very precisely, and then measure the pressure on the bottom of my feet, and then they recommend the best the shoe for me, okay, something like that. So it utilized the stereo imaging as well as it has some time of flight sensor. Okay, this is a sensor fusion technology. So one of the example of the broad application of 3D sensor. Okay, so this is the state of the art of the 3D imaging applications. Okay, so but we need many of the innovation from this the challenging point. As I mentioned to you, the 3D sensor are now developing, devoting to the miniaturization. This is the first concern. And especially for the autonomous vehicle or robot, the ambient light immunity is very important. Okay, because we are in the outdoor application, and multiple path interference. This is something like a, because this is the active the solution of the measuring the distance. Its outcoming light has a multiple reflection when it's coming back to the sensor, so it will have a kind of the illusion of the 3D imaging. So we call this multipath interference. So how can you deal with this kind of physically very difficult problem? Okay, so let's just see these challenging problems for the small form factor. So as I told to you, we SICK Laser, this is German company, you know, that they are trying to miniaturize very the commercial the conventional mirror set. Okay, so this is one way. And solid state scanner, one of the pioneering company is the Konaji. Okay, so they utilize this kind of optical phase array. So they shift the reflection coefficient for each pixel to have this interferometric beam steering. And they announced their solid state LiDAR. So this is the one of the very the highly the interested the product in last 2 or 3 years at this moment. But still, it has a scan angle is very small, so they are trying to increase the change of the reflection rate so that they want to increase the field of view of this the scanner. And 2D MEMS scanner is, by the way, this MEMS scanner has a long history from the early 2000 early in the 2000. Okay, so it has a more than 20 years development story on the optical MEMS, and finally they have some application on this MEMS scanning the solution, which is very small, okay, and very cheap, because this is manufactured by semiconductor the process. So one of the example is Intel's the RealSense smallest solution of the time of flight sensor. So it has the 2D MEMS scanner inside of this. This is one of the promising way, but the other weakness is that it is very weak for the external shock. Okay, because the MEMS is fundamentally it has a very the stiffness is very the small, so it is the fragile. Okay, due to the external the shocks. Okay. So the multiple reflection. So we have this kind of the situation. This is a kind of the concave the object. So we normally have this kind of first reflection, but it should have a second reflection or third reflection or high number of the reflection, which will make a kind of illusion. Okay, illusion of these images. This can make a very dangerous situation, okay, in the autonomous vehicle. Normally, especially for very highly reflective, this kind of a concave, okay, the obstacle, the object will make this kind of illusion. Okay, so to deal with this kind of MPI problem, there are many of the machine learning based solution. Okay, but it is not so successful because it is not kind of gathering the data out of this scenery is very difficult. So we need a kind of a systematic way to reduce this multiple interference problem, which is a fundamental problem of the LiDAR. Okay. So ambient light, okay, you know that this is the indoor, but the right-hand side is outdoor. You can see that there are many of the noises due to the ambient light. most of this the noise comes from, we call this is a shot noise. Okay, so the random noise from the sunlight. Okay, so this is also fundamental problem of all the optical measurement, because this is a random noise. So it is very difficult to get rid of this random noise in a systematic way, but averaging is the only solution at this moment. So to tackle this, this is a very well-known problem in the LiDAR. So to tackle this sunlight, the immunity, we can observe the spectrum of the solar radiation. This is our sunlight spectrum in the daytime. You can see that in the red color, we have a water absorption valley, which means in this wavelength range, we don't have this sunlight. Okay, because water in our atmosphere absorbs, okay, this specific the wavelength of the sunlight. So from this the observation, all the lasers utilized in the LiDAR is the moving from conventional 850 lasers to 940 lasers. You can see we have a 940 the valley, and 1080 valley, and 1440 valley. Okay, so all the other lasers are very strongly they developed this specialized the lasers. The first, the leader is Lumentum. They introduced VEXEL, okay, which is vertical cavity the emitting laser diode, which has a large number of the lasers. In this case, you can see that this is a 16 lasers in one plane, high power, and then it has a 940 nanometer laser. So many of the LiDAR company are now utilizing this kind of 940 laser diode to have this ambient light immunity. And there are some of the systematic way to get rid of this sunlight the ambiguity. For example, timing control. So I will introduce this in my research work. Okay.
Professor Park,
Mm-hmm.
could you start wrapping up?
Okay, so this is the last part. So having this having this the observation of the problems and state of the art. So I want to introduce the progress of the LiDAR solution, which is my research topic. So first, miniaturization of the LiDAR. So from this, I utilized the MEMS or the small mirror solution, which have a very the small number of the component, like one LD and one the avalanche photodiode, and single sinusoidal operation. This can enable the very small and low cost the solution, as you can see in this the full HD image. Mm-hmm. And by using this MEMS scanning solution, we can detect very precise the 3D imaging, although it has in the very the long distance. For example, it is applied to the facial recognition, as you can see in the 4 meta in the left side. Normal the time of flight sensor has a lack of the resolution on the face. Okay, because it has a limitation on the resolution, but we can scanning the restricted area, so we can have a very high the resolution to have a good facial recognition in the public site. Okay, and also multipath interference, so we can get rid of this the multipath. This is the result in which we have a multipath the interference cancellation by using this systematic way of the scanning. So ambient light immunity, so very important. So we have a this is a kind of the systematic way to reduce the ambient light, which is a timely control. So within this very short time, we emit the laser, and then we turn off the laser in the rest of the time. As a result, we can get rid of sunlight and this the turn off time, the period. So we can reduce the amount of the sunlight into the sensors very effectively. So as a result, we can have a very the high, the accurate depth image under the sunlight. So this is the conclusion. And I briefly introduced the concept and then principle and some of state-of-the-art and problem. So a conventional LiDAR is very close to mass production with a very small form factor and the low-cost solution. But still, we have the problem that I mentioned. Okay, so the problem is miniaturization and multipath interference and ambient light immunity. And also it will be a big problem that the interference between other LiDAR sensors will be the big problem when we have a LiDAR solution, autonomous cars in the street, in the full of street, then it will be very big problem, the interference between the other LiDARs. So we need more technology development for this, the critical problem. Okay, thank you very much. And then this is my another conclusion. So ultimate humanoid robot solution should have a 3D imaging because we want to fly over the sky by detecting the 3D imaging. So this is a kind of ultimate the problem, okay, for this the measurement the engineers. Thank you very much. So these are my students who are contributing to this material. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the talk. We have a few minutes to take questions. Oh, by the way, sorry about the reminder. I was confused with the time. But anyway, I have, Professor Paul, I have a question. I wonder if how do you see the future outlook of cost sense? Do you see any innovations in reducing the cost of LiDARs that are coming up?
So in terms of cost, the most of major players announce the cost something like so $1,000, okay, for the coming product, which is still very expensive. Normally we can get the $10,000 or $100,000 LiDAR for the research the purpose. But still the $1,000 is still very expensive compared to the automotive the business. You know that normally the price of the 1 unit of sensor is something like a 10 or several tens of dollars. Okay, so $1,000 is very ridiculous the price at this moment. So my perspective is that we should utilize the kind of innovative the component in the LiDAR. For example, we should remove the big the rotating part, okay, which is very expensive and large form factor, as well as and also we need to change the SPAD the detecting part to the silicon or germanium the detectors, which is mass produced. In the mass production, we can reduce the cost drastically. So still, we need a very the large amount of innovation to reach to the $100 solution. So this is still ongoing, I think.
there is one question from Professor Park
Do you have any plan to commercialize your LiDAR sensor? Yes, definitely. So I'm contacting with the mass production the company in Korea and California at this moment. I think that my LiDAR solution is one of the solution that directs this commercial the commercial LiDAR, but we need some engineering the help from the production company this moment.
I see. Do you have any other questions? All right. If not, this will conclude the talk as well as the program for today. Thank you for your talk, Professor Park. Let's give him a big applause.
Thank you.
So, like I said, this will conclude the program for today. Thank you all for participating this very interesting and inspiring program. But it's not finished. We have another series of talks tomorrow coming up. We also have great renowned speakers tomorrow. So, and Professor Park Hae-won will be will be chairing tomorrow's program. So, heads up. So, all right. So thank you all. This will be it for today. Have a good afternoon, evening. See you tomorrow. All right. Bye-bye.